Come on. Here we go. We are ready to begin. As 36 hours into the game. We are ready to begin. Where did we end up last time? We ended up here. Do you have to say?
Hey!
Yeah, but I already made it to the end of Mementos last time.
Okay.
It's my pick. I have 5.
Yeah!
Should make one more.
What's up? Yes.
Yeah.
Double proficiency.
Well then.
We are hitting the close to 17% in the fan side. Okay.
I'm hot.
We're there yet. It's hard to breathe in here. Now for today's train news, today's headlines are calling card at Madame exhibit. The police are evaluating whether this is a true threat or a prank. Scam outbreak in Shibuya. Students are the primary victim. Organized crime is suspected here.
Hey!
Students getting scammed? That's scary. You should be careful when you go to Shibuya. So I have a lot of things to do in the stream actually.
What's this? A request to the student body. It says they're looking for information. I heard Principal Kobayakawa put it up. Please consult the Student Council President if you have any details.
So we can go to her for anything? Why the Student Council President, though? What does she have to do with Principal Kobayakawa?
I mean, Nijima-san is his favorite. Maybe that's why he asked her to do it.
So, looks like my hunch is right with Nijima probably being
How tragic.
one of the confidants. Seems like most of society was surprised about what that artist did. He was someone who represented Japan. They probably trusted him based on his name alone. Indeed, we are easily manipulated by the name we see. However, this world is filled with fake names. For instance, this creature, which you know well. It's called the red king crab, but it has a form that a crab should not have. Look at this picture.
Give it a try.
Just a second. Where did my question guide go? There we go. The red king crab is biologically related to the hermit crab. So how is it different from a crab? The number of eggs.
This is it. That's it.
Oh, it has 2 less legs. I actually didn't know that. Some of these questions you need to have a guide to answer correctly.
Nice going!
And you kind of want to get as many answers correct as possible, since you need your knowledge stat. Okay. Our name did spread a bit thanks to Madarame, but I bet people still wouldn't care if we came out and said we are the Phantom Thieves. You're right. I must agree. What good would come of telling people our identities? Maybe they'd at least start treating us with some respect. I can understand why you feel that way. That's just how things are now. But if we keep doing stuff like this, that will definitely change. We simply need to devote ourselves to the cause. Our praise will come later. What he said. I'm sure some people out there will understand.
Hello there.
Hey, Nelly. I guess we just gotta act like modest heroes for now. How are you feeling? She's cute, and I hear she's practicing hard. Should we tell Miss President it's so offended she gets special treatment? Well, it doesn't really concern me. Student council, what's going on? I wish I were an honor student. I don't want to have to pay tuition. How are you, Nelly?
President, what is the meaning of that posting?
That's great to hear. I'm doing good. I just started a stream, but I've been really looking forward to continue this game. President, what is the meaning of that posting?
Principal Kobayakawa put that up without my... We've already received some anonymous information. I heard some students are getting threatened. I'm so scared. Please do something. What?
They have dirt on me and they're demanding money. I can't go to the police. What should I do? Isn't this talking about the crimes that have been rumored to be occurring in Shibuya?
So there are even victims at our school. What should we do?
This isn't the responsibility of the student council. This is frightening for us too. Principal Kobayakawa called you in yesterday, right? Did he tell you anything about this?
Well, no. He's out today, but I will ask him tomorrow. Please wait on this for the time being.
I have a feeling that she will be one of our confidants as well. One of the people we will befriend. And who will assist us on these missions.
If you say so.
And I've had that feeling for a long time in this game.
My apologies for the confusion.
She's the sister to the woman who's interrogating us right now, who's basically listening to our story as we play through the game.
Don't worry. I'll do something about all of this. Hey!
We keep this up, I'm sure we'll get more supporters. But first we need a new target. I hope we can find a good one. I have some new info. Apparently, there's a group of burglars terrorizing Shibuya. From what I hear, they only target restaurants and break in after they close for the day. Someone online was asking if it was the work of the Phantom Thieves. Just reading that got me really pissed off. We can't let people lump you guys in with petty thieves, right? No way. Yeah, you guys are way better than these jerks. Anyway, I heard they've been running away without leaving even a trace of evidence. That's all the information I have on them right now. Sorry. But now I'll make a post on the fan side, ask for any more details people might know. And being famous really brings its own unique set of problems. We don't really have any info. We'll just have to wait for Mishima to get a more solid lead. It's raining. Weather very well may have the same effect in mementos as it has on humans. Oh.
I hate the rain.
Ooh. Oh, are you here to shop today too?
Oh yeah.
Oh, do you want to go somewhere if you have the time, I mean? Ah. Sexy technique at rank 4.
That's too bad.
Actually, I have a few things I want to do. I think it's on Central Street. I need to buy some things. There should be a bookstore down here.
It's really coming down.
And a DVD store as well. Bookstore. I need to buy all the books, basically.
What can I get you?
It's not like I'm lacking money. Rental shop.
Yep.
It's basically a good way for us to spend time on spend our time with stat boosts.
Perfect.
Yes.
Hey, hey.
Take a look around.
Charm, kindness, efficiency. God, this is... There we go. That is the important one right now. And now we can go hang out with Anne.
Are you an idiot?
We got our shopping done.
Hiya. Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna rank up with her just yet. Let's go somewhere fun.
Okay.
Somewhere popular would be nice. Where is somewhere popular? So I can choose between this and this. That sounds good, Nelly. Yeah, let's go.
Okay, let's get going.
What's happening at the hospital, Nelly? Is that some work or what is it? Operation Eat a Bit of Everything. Sounds like a good plan. It's quality over quantity. Honestly, it was crazy how much my stomach expanded last time. But I reflected on my actions and I won't make the same mistake again. But can you keep an eye on me? I think as long as you do, my resolve won't crumble.
Yes.
Hold on, let's get eating. The order you eat things seem important. Oh, okay. I hope everything will go smoothly. order you eat things seem important. Let's start with the stuff that digests quickly.
Seriously?
They gave me this present for being a millionth customer. No wonder this place is expensive. I'm amazed that they give out stuff like this. I feel like I'd just eat from it non-stop if I kept it at my house. Can you take it?
Thanks.
Okay, so next time we go on a date with her, we might get the rank up to rank 4.
Ah, you're back.
Okay. So, the next thing. Go to Shibuya. Go to Big Bang Burger. The EEG is basically me lying on bed, weird head, connect to computer, up to late on. Stay calm, or not fall asleep. Oh, okay. I get it. It's time for a burger challenge. I take the challenge. Nelly, I ready to see your big burger.
Thank you very much. Now then.
Now this is a burger. Now this is a burger. We're not gonna be able to complete it yet. But it will help us increase our gut stat. Yes, it'll take a little bit more courage to tackle this challenge. It'll be difficult to finish the whole thing at my current guts and knowledge.
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
Let's
Wanna
go.
head back?
So now the thing is that enough to start with the teacher? Or is this for the gun salesman?
What do you think about that?
Either calling cards sent to the Madarama exhibit, do you think?
I was wondering about that.
Yeah, I think it's just like the one sent to Kamoshida. People online are saying the Phantom Thieves are behind
That's
this.
cool.
There's already a fan site with a bunch of requests posted on it. I can't believe there are real life superheroes. If it's happened twice, it's probably going to happen again. Can't wait to see who's next. I'm hoping that Steven can make it soon.
Oh, yes.
Oh, our good friend, the doctor. He's also one of our friends. Sounds like a lot of people are going to be on that trip to the studio tomorrow. Do you guys get to see the show too? I wouldn't mind seeing that. I like talk shows. Ooh, and variety shows. Wonder if they'll talk about Phantom Thieves. They certainly get plenty of attention on TV and the internet. Though I'm a little worried about what might happen if the media gets people too riled up. Oh, that reminds me. Have you guys covered totalitarianism yet? It's a governmental structure that unites its people under a single ideology and authoritarian control of the masses. In theory, it brings people together under one ideal. That definitely comes with logistical benefits. But it also means forcing ideals on people, assimilating the unwilling. And that's how wars get started.
How about you?
Alright, here's a question. Where does totalitarianism take things a step further than authoritarianism? And that is controlling public thoughts. Yes.
This is it.
Exactly. Well said.
It's basically the best way. It is probably one of the easier way to increase knowledge. That's answering all the classroom questions.
Nice going!
So I have 3 in my guts stat, and I have 3 in my efficiency.
So,
I'd like to remind you all to keep a strong sense of self and an open mind, so we can disagree and still live in harmony. I guess class is almost over. That's it for today. A strong sense of self, huh? We need to make sure we don't lose sight of what we believe in too.
Sounds like the principal's trying to get info on the students. Why do you think he's doing that?
Yeah, I'm reading the important dialogue bits as before, like the questions in classrooms and just a general dialogue that isn't voiced already. I tried to read that.
It's probably because of Mr. Kamoshida, right? Considering what happened with Suzuki-san.
Yeah, exactly. It's only the important characters that has names.
Huh? I heard Principal Kobayakawa knew about the sexual harassment too, and just turned a blind eye to it. I bet he wants to snuff out any rumors now. Even the volleyball team was told to keep quiet.
That's the worst. So that's what he's using Nijibe-senpai for?
Oh yeah, rumor has it she knew as well. Isn't that horrible? Chick's all noble about it too.
Nijima-senpai knew?
What is the meaning of this, Principal Kobayakawa? Why did you post that notice?
It was all for your sake.
It's the Kingpin.
I thought the more information you had, the easier your investigation would become. Did any information arise about the case I asked you to look into?
Nothing yet. I will pass the details along if anything comes up. Right now, it appears there are students at Shujin who are being threatened by a criminal organization.
Well, Nelly, for me it looks like one of the bad guys from the Spider-Man comic books and cartoon series. The Kingpin.
A student who saw your posting came to us looking for help. I'd like to request a countermeasure.
Isn't this some sort of mistake? I can't believe this would happen to the students of our academy. Now is no time for such problems. There is still lingering concern regarding the Phantom Thieves.
He's still looking for Spider-Man.
But we received a request for help.
I'm rather busy at the moment. If you wish to do something, you will need to act on your own.
And this is probably the thing that triggers her to become part of our squad.
Sir? Are you sure about this? I'm still investigating your case as well.
Yes, that's correct. It works out perfectly. My intentions have borne fruit. This criminal organization must be the connecting factor. If you pursue this criminal issue, you'll surely find clues about the Phantom Thieves.
But that's absurd.
So, let's say this rumor is true. Do you intend to ignore those students in trouble? Your sister would have solved this easily if she were in your position.
Oh my god. Pull the sister card.
My expectations of you are very high. I hope you don't disappoint.
Oh yeah, the blobfish. So, what kind of person would be a bigger target than Madarame? Yeah, exactly. I know what you're talking about. A bigger target than Madarame? I wonder. I guess it'd have to be someone who's the talk of the town. That's quite a vague prerequisite. Don't we have any more specific ideas? An evil overlord. I want to take down an evil overlord. Dude, this ain't some kind of video game. It's where you're wrong, Ryuji. It's exactly what it is. Either way, we'll need a lead before we can begin anything. We'll just have to look for that as we go. If only there was a big target just lying around for us.
Hey,
Maybe our next target will be a celebrity. Okay, so I can do two things today. Senpai, do you have time today? I was thinking I need to make good on our deal. No time like the present, right? We can start hammering those basics into you anytime. And how about we meet in Ukashira Park? Oh, sorry. I never know when this phone is actually working. Anyway, in Ukashira Park then. I'll see you there.
I think that's good.
I like this character a lot. Kazumi. Not bad. You're pretty flexible and you catch on so fast. At this rate, you'll have the fundamentals down in a heartbeat. My body is aching just from mimicking Kazumi's poses. It's all about the harmony between the internal and external oblique muscles. I can't get enough of it. We're just getting started.
I knew it!
Well, feisty are we? I'm glad to hear it. Expert level gymnastics are beautiful, but they demand a lot of stretching. Alright, let's continue. I stretch with Kazumi.
Good effort!
I think that's enough stretching for now. Good effort, senpai. And I'd like to continue with our training, but I'm actually not doing so great at the moment. So I'm not sure I could manage anything too strenuous. You doing okay? Oh, I'm not sick or anything physically. I'm doing perfectly fine.
I was thinking...
Do you remember how I said I wanted to talk to you about something? I've been feeling like I'm stuck in this slump. No matter how much I practice, I just can't get any better. I went to my coach about it. But, hey Steven, welcome in my friend. Don't worry, Steven, there hasn't been a lot of progress in the story. We're basically just increasing confidence, and we got our guts to level 3. So we can start the next confidant. Well, there's been a lot with the student president. Steven, you know, the girl that I've been talking about, that I had a feeling she would become a confidant. The attorney's sister, the council president. There's a lot with her right now, actually. So I have a feeling that we're gonna hit confidant with her soon. Do you have that moment when you read something in English, but you suddenly stop because you don't know how the hell read those words and just keep staring at it? Yeah, exactly, Steven. That's what I'm talking about. And we found out that there's actually students being scammed and robbed right now by a gang of criminals in Shibuya. That's pretty much the gist of what has happened so far. And the student council president has been put on that by the school. I'm not sure, actually. It could be. Just keep staring at it, try to process it, and the presentation. Yeah, I have that feeling sometimes, yeah. Especially with long words. We haven't found our next target yet, Steven. No matter how much I practice, it just can't get any better. I went to my coach about it, but she told me to take some time off from gymnastics. According to her, I need to think about who I really am. The idea's not to stop doing gymnastics, just she wants me to take a break. So now, I've never had an issue that practice couldn't solve, but now I have no idea what to do. So I want you to help me.
You know,
Even if we are not doing gymnastics, will you still keep going out with me? You sure?
yes.
Yes, I know you can help me. I've heard my coach praising me. She says Kasumi's greatest weapon has always been her boldness. And honestly, that used to be true. I was totally fearless, confident. Gymnastics was a fun challenge. Ever since I started high school, I've been in a slump. I got taller, for one, and there was some other complications. Can't move how I want anymore. Like, it's not even my own body. I kind of fell into a depression. It got pretty bad. But when you helped me in Shibuya, well, you can decide. You can basically also you can get a relationship with all the girls in this. When you helped me in Shibuya, something occurred to me. When I saw how fearless you are, how confident you are, I knew you were the right one for the job. If I stick with you, Senpai, I think I can learn how to be confident again. Then follow my lead.
Yes.
Great. I'll try to. Thank you very much. You're a strange one, Senpai. I didn't think you'd accept. Well, I'll try and return the favor through our deal. Tumbling allows you to avoid being surrounded by enemies in the palace. Oh my god. That is so good.
All right.
But yeah, we can only get Kasumi to level 5. As the only one. All the others go to level 10. Oh, that's sick. Look at that. If a shadow attacks you head on in a palace, you will be able to avoid being surrounded by enemies and turn the situation into a normal encounter or an ambush. I'm saying she's a kind-hearted girl, and I don't know why she's the only one that only has 5 levels. But tumbling is gonna be so incredibly helpful in the palaces. To be able to avoid ambushes. Oh, excuse me. I should get going. I have a meeting with my coach.
I'll be heading home now.
I need to get going for today, but I'll make sure you don't regret this.
All right.
And we get HP boosts. From her. We get more hit points. Like we get more mana from the psychiatrist at school. Well, they wrote that you can do an ambush on them instead, so it should actually be possible to do. Thank you very much for joining me today. Are you feeling sore after all that? You place stress on muscles that you don't use very often. Please remember to massage them. Massage them out before you sleep. I'm so glad you accepted my request. I was so relieved I suddenly got really hungry. Then my stomach wouldn't stop growling in my meeting. Impressive. Impressive, eh? Thank you very much. Though I don't know that's really worth any praise. An excessive diet tends to make most people feel sick, but it seems to have an opposite effect on me. But since you're helping me out, I'll do whatever it takes to maintain my shape. I hope you can help me next time. I'll be reaching out again soon. Well then, I'll talk to you soon. She's gonna come in very handy with the things.
Ah, you're back.
How we're going to the TV station tomorrow, yeah? I'm thinking we might find our next target there. Oh, that's right. We're always hearing gossip about the dark side of celebrities. You're absolutely right. With that much money, they've probably got their fingers in all sorts of dirty business. That phrasing has quite the immoral ring to it. Dude, you always react to the weirdest stuff. Anyways, we get to observe a live recording of the show, right? Oh, maybe we're gonna be on TV. We'll just be in the crowd, remember? Any TV appearances would be for like 2 seconds. Try not to pull any fanciful stunts to garner attention, okay? No time. I need to go see if I can unlock a confidant. Do I have enough for him now? Okay, so it's not him.
Come on.
So it's the teacher we can do.
Oh!
Yes. Let's go.
Hi.
Kawakami. Hi, this is Becky. Oh wait, it's you. Well, it'll be 5,000 yen with the request fee included, you know. Is that okay with you? Of course.
I see.
Yeah, I can. Very well. I'll head over right away then.
So, this is your room, huh? How do I put this?
Kawakami, the teacher in a maid outfit. That's not the best.
Never mind. So, what kind of kid are you? The way you opposed Mr. Kamoshida, I'd say that you're earnest and have a strong sense of justice. That being said, you called a maid service and requested me?
Oh my god. Yeah. What do we do here? What do we pick?
I see. Oh, that's right. You have a criminal record. Okay, then how about this? I'll let you skip class a few times. It's tough not having any place where you belong, isn't it? However, I reserve the right to change my mind if your grades drop. And in exchange, you won't tell anyone that I'm moonlighting as a maid. Sound good?
Oh yes.
Then it's a deal.
Yes. I think this opens up a lot, actually.
To think you pulled off so many crimes while attending school. I can't believe you managed that by yourself. There had to be someone at the school helping you. What do you have to say to that?
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast acquired a new
It's gonna help
power.
us a lot that we can skip classes.
It shall become the wings of rebellion that breaketh thy
Because it gives
chains
us
of
more actions
captivity.
during the day.
With the birth of the temperance persona,
Temperance.
I have obtained the winds of blessing that shall lead to freedom and new power.
Slack off allows you to perform various activities in Kawakami's class.
All right.
Yes.
What am I doing here with one of my students? Well, I guess I should get going. Oh, please request me if you need any help with your housework, okay? Well, I mean, we know each other's secret, and it would really put my mind at ease. Besides, I'm considered over the hill for this type of job, so I don't get requested that often.
I don't understand that.
I'll show my appreciation by making it easy for you to ditch class.
Hell yeah.
Just think about it, okay?
Hell yeah.
Master!
Kawaii Army. It'll be our little secret. Just for Becky and Master, okay? I will if you will. I love this so much. It's too funny. How old is Kawakami? I'm curious. Oh, come on, stop. So 25 to 27 is the approximate age of Kawakami.
Bye.
So she's in her mid-20s.
And that's why we recruit sponsors to help make TV shows. I'm sure you know about commercial breaks. Well, those are actually sponsor-related product placements. To sum things up, ratings are vitally important for a station's production funding, and...
Huh? Oh, then you'd better keep listening, man.
For example, soap opera reruns are shown in the day, whereas alluring newswomen are broadcast at night. Thus, the scheduling department is where we decide what time we broadcast which program. I suppose you could say it's the place where the scheduling is determined.
Could this get any more obvious? Well, I guess you could say that.
So, the best parts are taken from the footage in order to cut down the program to the desired length. The place where this filmed footage is edited would be the editing room.
Hey, how much longer does this go?
I swear, I'm not gonna pass.
Oh, Ryuji.
What's going on? I can't stand all this noise. Hey, asshole!
My apologies. I'll have them leave right away. Now then, it's time for a bit of hands-on experience.
Damn it! Who does that jerk think he is? Hey there. You want to be on TV?
Boss Yada.
Huh?
You've got a slammin' bot after all.
I'm on a school trip.
Just give me a call if you're interested. I'd greatly welcome a message from you, day or night.
Okay, that's not creepy at all. That's not creepy at all.
Yeah.
Greatly welcome my ass. It's obvious what he's after.
Okay, Ryuji's thinking the same thing as I am.
Do these rotten adults care about anything other than looks? I'll yank their stupid hearts out, damn it.
Will you quiet down? You're supposed to be acting like good students today.
I understand you're bored, but please don't cause any trouble, okay?
I really... Ryuji is the best character so far in this game. He is my favorite character in this game.
Well then, let's have you see what it's like to be an AC. Oh, that stands for Assistant Camera. When we're moving cameras, we need people who can keep the cables from getting tangled up. The blonde will do. He seems like he's got energy to spare anyway. Guy next to him, you can come too if you're feeling lonely. Come on, hurry up and grab the cables.
Damn it. This sucks. Ah, what a pain in the ass! This is totally killing my vibe.
We fought valiantly against the long cables.
I'm so pissed off!
Oh yes. But Ryuji has the best personality of all of the characters so far.
Aren't we supposed to be guests? Why the hell do we have to be doing manual labor? This is bullshit! Going to the bathroom didn't even make me feel better.
Quiet down, will you? I get how you feel, though. That sucked for the both of us.
Oh, we gotta do more of this tomorrow, too?
No flaking out, Ryuji.
I know! I gotta be a good boy, right?
You gotta be a good boy.
Being Phantom Thieves ain't easy.
And that reminds me, we get to go home straight from here today. We don't spend much time in this area, so why don't we relax and check out some shops beforehand?
Ooh, shopping time.
Oh, I know a place. I want to go to that huge pancake-looking place we passed on the way here. It looked delicious. What was that?
Oh, you mean Dometown? The round part is a baseball stadium, then along the outside, they've got an amusement park.
It's right in the middle of a business area, but they have some pretty hardcore rides there too.
All right, let's go. I'll show you just how courageous I am.
Going on a scary ride doesn't really prove any kind of courage.
Not like cats can get on anyways.
Really?
Really? You might be able to sneak in if you stay in the bag, but you'd totally puke if you did that. But, let's just go to Dometown. I'm really feeling it now.
Me too. My stomach's ready for roller coasters.
I think I'll pass on the puke rides.
Yeah, sounds about right. Ooh, new character.
Excuse me. I couldn't help but notice your uniforms. Are you students of Shujin Academy?
Yeah, what do you want?
Ooh. I happened to be passing by, so it seemed polite to greet you. We'll be filming together, after all.
Why do I have a feeling that he will become the next member of
Where are my
our
manners? My
dungeon
name is Goro Akechi.
dungeon squad?
Akechi?
Filming? What? You a celebrity?
No, it says pleasant, not peasant.
Only to the extent of appearing on
Not
TV. a
peasant,
couple of times.
pleasant. Well, we have his name now, so he's gonna be an important character.
Oh,
After all, he does have a name.
My apologies. I truly was just passing by. I must be going.
Lily, that's what we call selective reading. You see what you want to see.
There's a briefing for tomorrow's recording that I have to attend. So, you're going to go have cake now?
I can already now tell that I'm already now predicting that he's gonna be the next party in the dungeon. He's gonna be the next dungeon member.
I missed lunch today, so I'm quite hungry myself.
Huh? Cake? What are you talking about?
Oh, am I mistaken? I thought I heard something about delicious pancakes. No matter. Well, see you tomorrow.
I'm already calling it. He's gonna be the next party member.
That guy's gotta be some kind of startup entertainer or something. He's never gonna get popular with that kind of hair, though.
I kind of liked his hairstyle.
You don't get it.
It's fine. We'll see him again tomorrow anyways. Come on, let's get to Dome Town.
New location. Well, if I could, I would, but it's a bit far to reach. The entertainment hub built around the stadium, home to many universities. Ultimate urban leisure. Enjoy the arcades, spas, theme parks, and more. You'll become a dating expert.
All right.
A dating expert?
hey, can we skip the vomit machines and get cake instead?
Nah, it's a bit far from each other. I don't have that long arms.
I feel like I'm gonna puke. Oh, for real? My stomach's churning.
This is why I spoke against it.
Dude, it's not fair. Using your cathood as an excuse. Only at times like this.
Anyway, are you guys feeling hungry? How about some pancakes?
That's just mean.
Let's go home. We have another full day ahead of us tomorrow. Well then.
Wait, who am I again? Let's go for a burger challenge. See, our guts have got up, so maybe we'll actually perform better. And the rewards are actually very good accessories.
Thank you very much.
I'm hungry. Wait, who am I again?
Now then.
Let's do this.
Oh man.
So close. Yeah, so my guts is at the right spot, but I need knowledge.
Yep.
To be able to finish this challenge.
Wanna head back?
Mr. Akechi's coming on.
It's Akechi! Oh, he's so cool!
Ain't that the guy from yesterday?
What happened? Who did this?
Cutting back from commercial. 7, 6, 5 seconds till start. 4, 3.
And now, on to the hottest meet and greet segment of our show. After his last appearance was so well received, we decided to bring back this fine gentleman today. It's the high school detective, Goro Akechi.
Oh, it's him.
Hello there.
I actually think he's in Persona 4 as well. This guy.
Thank you for taking the time to join us today, Akechi-kun. Your popularity is stunning.
Even I found it to be quite a surprise. It is a bit embarrassing, though.
Moving along, we've been told there's a case on your mind right now. Care to share, Detective?
Can't share.
Ah, yes. That would be the scandal involving the master artist Madarame.
There it is! All of this Phantom Thief excitement has caught your attention too, Akechi-kun. Allow me to be blunt for just a second. What do you think of these justice-oriented Phantom Thieves?
Let's see what his opinion is.
If they truly are heroes of justice, I sincerely hope they exist.
Oh, so you don't deny the possibility that they're real?
Yes. Believe us.
I may not seem like it, but I sometimes wish that Santa Claus actually existed. Although, if he did, I'd have to arrest him for breaking and entering.
Something very expensive indeed for a check on $1 million.
But hypothetically speaking, if these phantom thieves are real, I believe they should be tried in a court of law.
That's quite the statement. Are they committing crimes? Some people even say that the thieves are actually helping their victims abandon their evil ways.
What the artist Madarame did truly was an unforgivable crime. However, they're taking the law into their own hands by judging him. It is far from justice.
Just been eating a fountain of pure liquid gold.
More importantly, you should never forcefully change a person's heart.
You have a point. These people are calling themselves the Phantom Thieves, after all. Amazing as always, Akechi-kun. I could listen to you for days. You have the most radiant charisma.
I have to say, though, I would be embarrassed if it turns out these Phantom Thieves don't exist. If that were the case, I'd summarize it into a report as a school project.
Now then, let's try asking some students the same age as Akechi-kun about the Phantom Thieves.
Oh god, this is gonna cause problems.
First, please press your button now if you think the Phantom Thieves exist.
Of course they do.
About 30% or so. What are your thoughts, Akechi-kun?
I'm a bit surprised. That's higher than I was expecting. I'd love to hear some more detailed opinions on the Phantom Thieves' actions.
Sketchy kun. Very sketchy indeed.
All right, let's try asking this student here. Hypothetically speaking, what are your thoughts on these Phantom Thieves if they were real?
Ah, I wasn't expecting that.
This completely goes against the opinion you had about them being tried by law, Akechi-kun.
Indeed. It's rather intriguing to hear such a strong acknowledgement. In that case, there's one more question I'd like to ask. If someone close to you, for example, your friend next to you, if his heart suddenly changed, wouldn't you think it was the work of the Phantom Thieves? Ah, throwing the question back at me. Well, this is my opinion on the topic. Whether the thieves' actions are good or not, I feel there is a more important issue at hand.
Hmm? What do you mean?
The matter of how they change people's hearts. If they honestly possess that ability, it could be used for more than extracting confessions. It could be that what seem to be ordinary crimes are actually being perpetrated by these methods.
You know, you're absolutely right.
Oh, please don't misunderstand. This is all purely hypothetical.
Oh yes.
It is only if people who can use such a power truly exist. Either way, though, this cannot be ignored. The existence of the Phantom Thieves would be nothing but a threat to our everyday lives.
He will become a believer, and he will change his opinion.
To be honest, I'm already working alongside the police to help sort out this matter.
I believe that. I believe he will change.
It kinda seemed like what he was saying might be right.
He made it sound like we're the baddies. I don't like it.
That stuff about the police. Do you think it's for real?
He can say whatever he wants. The justice of it all is something we can decide for ourselves.
Oh, sorry. I gotta go take a leak. Can you guys wait here? I'll be right back.
Oh my god. I'm gonna keep going, okay?
Something's gonna happen now.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah.
I'm glad I found you. I wanted to thank you in person. To paraphrase Hegel, advancement cannot occur without both thesis and antithesis. My apologies. What I mean is that our discussion was quite meaningful. Few people around me are so willing to speak their minds as freely as you did earlier. Adults are only interested in using the young, while they simply do as the adults say.
Yeah.
There are too many irresponsible people in these modern times. I can understand why you'd support the Phantom Thieves. It's possible that this group is just as you believe, and they are truly acting with good intentions. Since they have special talents, I assume their hearts must be burning with a sense of justice and duty. But that justice is merely a facade, concealing their lack of true strength.
Oh, don't get me started, boy. Don't get me started.
That's why I believe if a truly powerful opponent were to corner them, they would flee without a second thought.
Oh, no, we wouldn't.
Hello there.
Hey, Christoph. How are you doing?
Oh? You really are intriguing. I bet you'd make for a worthwhile debate partner on the subject. If it's all right with you, would you continue sharing your thoughts with me? Thank you. That's great news. I sense something in you that's quite different from other people.
You confidant?
I guess you can call it my detective's intuition. Kidding, of course.
Yep. I knew it. New confidant. I'm gonna change his mind.
I can't believe you evaded the police's network until today.
No, I used my Sherlock Holmes skills against him.
The only logical explanation is that someone in the police has ties to the Phantom Thieves. Explain yourself.
He must be Justice.
I am thou. Thou art
I think he's the Justice confidant.
acquired a new vow. It shall become the wings of rebellion that breaketh thy chains of captivity. With the birth of the Justice persona,
Yeah.
I have obtained the winds of blessing that shall lead to freedom and new power.
The Justice Arcana.
All right. Ah, yes. We should exchange contact info.
So we've gotten 2 new today.
And registered. Well, I hope to see you again sometime soon.
Well, nobody knows that Morgana can talk except for us. All they hear is meowing.
The detective's intuition, huh? We shouldn't underestimate that. On the other hand, there's an awful lot we could learn from him. If he contacts you, try hanging out with him.
Hell yeah.
Sorry for taking so long. Wait, was that Akechi? I can't stand that high and mighty attitude. Just breathing the same air as him makes me sick. Come on, let's go.
So that's 2 new confidants today. We got Kawakami and we got Akechi. That Akechi bastard thinking about what he said is just pissing me off again. He clearly tried to discredit everything we're doing. And he just had to say it on live TV too. Don't be so sour. There are without a doubt people we have saved. Those people could not have been saved if not for the heroics of the Phantom Thieves. I'm living proof of that. Oh my god, Nelly. Sketchy-kun. The Justice Confidant. Oh, what a nice thing to say. Still, what Akechi-kun said... Still, was what Akechi-kun said actually wrong? I feel like he had a point. Why are you gonna bring that up now? I mean... Is it really okay to be doing this to people just because they are criminals? Doesn't it seem a little selfish? We are phantom thieves on. I doubt everyone would forgive us for what we did to Madarame. Yet I still decided that it was a necessary act. Kamoshida too. We weren't gonna do shit to him through any kind of normal methods. That's true, but what do you think? Are we being selfish? We are helping people. Guess I can't really think of any other way. I believe our best path forward is sticking to our justice, not that of the law. Shouldn't that be enough? And with the unanimous decision rule in place, I doubt we'll lose our way. Hey, Leon. How are you doing, my friend? Yeah, you're right. Sorry for bringing it up. Don't worry, I'm not thinking about quitting the Phantom Thieves or anything. Just you watch, Akechi. Someday, you're totally gonna see who was right. Okay, let's stop talking about this for now.
That Detective Akechi seems to have a lot of influence on the media. It'd be dangerous to get too close to him, but he may actually prove useful in some situations.
God, I'm furious. You heard what Akechi said, right? How dare he declare Phantom Thieves are criminals? Sketchy-kun. As the administrator of the Phantom Aficionado website, I can't stay quiet about this. I'm going to show Akechi how people online really feel. I'll change up the survey questions tomorrow morning. Justice is with the Phantom Thieves. Keep on doing what you do best.
Why is he, of all people, getting angry about this? Anyway, he means the survey on the fan site, right? I guess we should look forward to it.
Okay. This one. Oh, I can use the phone today. Oh. Yes, let's call.
Hi.
Kawakami. You pass by that area on your commute to school, but don't make too many detours, okay? It'll cost you 5,000 years to request me, but this time I'll be sure to do an extra good job.
Hey!
Yeah, let's do it.
What?
But... What's the point of ordering a maid if you're gonna clean it yourself? If it's for you, Master, I'll happily be covered in dust. Yeah. But then, doesn't it pain your heart to see such a cute maid all dirty? Oh, Master, even though your room is messy, your heart is so clean. I'll go ahead and get this over with then. This'll do, right? Keeping it a little messy, but that shabby chic feel, you know. And now cleaning is complete. I'm exhausted. Not allowed to work overtime during weekdays, so I rush to my part-time job after class ends. On my off days, I have to prepare pub quizzes and homework assignments, and today I had to clean bathtubs and walk dogs before coming here. There's no time to rest. Oh, speaking of pets, this room smells like cat. I feel a lot of strays around my house. I was surprised that you requested me. I didn't think you actually would. You weren't expecting to do anything weird with me, were you? Yeah, it's part of the maid service thing. You can request everything from the maid. Weren't expecting to do anything weird with me, were you? Excuse you? I'm a minor. I have to do this. I have to pick this one. I need to know what's on her mind. Gosh, I'm just a maid, so I don't really know. Anyway, let's stay under control and maintain our distance for the sake of our relationship. I need a nap. Sorry, just give me 5 minutes. Maybe 10. Before you know it, time's up. Thank you very much. Oh, hey, do you know of any part-time jobs that pays well? Oh yes, she's just an innocent maid. I assume you make a lot since you can afford a maid service. Well, let me know if you do. Need money? Well,
You know,
it's for my little sister. She's sick, so I need money to pay her medical expenses. Hello? Yes, I made the transfer.
what?
Not enough, but it was the same amount as last week. Oh, yes, I understand. Okay, goodbye. Wrong number? Hey, sorry to ask you this out of the blue, but do you happen to have 100,000 yen I could borrow? Wait, never mind. Owing one of my students money would be the worst. Hey, you may have some money, but be mindful of how you spend it. You shouldn't be wasting it on service like this. I need the money, so I do appreciate you requesting me. However, you're my student, so if we were to get involved further, things would get complicated. I did warn you, the rest is your responsibility. You're a high schooler after all.
All right.
Well, I have that money on me.
Okay.
Oh, is this master? Thank you for using our service today. I really want to do a lot more cleaning for you. Is that okay? Is this the hard sell? But no, I just wanted to hear your voice. Oh, you got the right idea. Still gotta hit my quotas for the week. Sorry, part of the job. Thundering. Well, hopefully it's just thunder. Okay, this is driving me insane, so I'm just going to drop the sales talk. My manager's coming. Well, I hope you'll request me again sometimes. Bye-bye. Well, I could easily make the money.
The Phantom Thieves are super lame!
How can anyone seriously suggest supernatural beings are stealing people's hearts? That child is a phony. There's simply no way that Phantom Thieves exist. Unfortunately, my precious children all think they are real, and worse, that this detective is amazing. Well, I guess you missed the last stream I did with Persona. Because that's where we met her the first time.
I'm so pumped!
I can't believe we were on TV yesterday with Akechi-kun. It was like a dream come true. I can't believe a high schooler moonlights as a detective. He's just like the detective prince. He's smart and handsome. He's almost too perfect.
Too cool!
We had front row seats. I could practically reach out and touch Akechi-kun. I was so nervous. He was really working that uniform and without seeming like a snob. He's a natural at public speaking. I hear he is an orphan who grew up poor. It's part of what makes him so amazing. He wants his last high school memory to be capturing the Phantom Thieves. This isn't a game to him.
Says who?
See, I heard his dad's the head of some big financial conglomerate. I will say I love that he hates the media. Makes me believe that he doesn't do this for the fame. People say he's so good that he's made enemies in the police force. Oh yeah, apparently yesterday's interview was so popular, they're going to air it again tonight.
Man, that detective from yesterday really pissed me off. Was some kind of threat? Let's see him do it then! If someone else could help him, we wouldn't be doing stuff as the Phantom Thieves to start with. Ow!
Just getting karate chopped. Hata!
You're being way too loud.
Who cares? Everybody's talking about this stuff anyways. It'd just be more suspicious if we were whispering. Hey, you really just gonna keep eating and eating and eating those things all by yourself? Give me some!
Sorry, just ate the last one.
You guys guys are too laid back. The police are getting involved now, you know.
So you think it's true? We'll be okay if we keep doing this, right?
We can't let the cops scare us out of being phantom thieves.
But what about that weird guy from Madarame's palace? Isn't there a lot we don't know?
The hell?
You three seem to be having so much fun. I'm a little jealous.
Are you snooping on us again? You said before, we don't know nothing.
Why do you think I'm here to question you? Could it be that you're hiding something? My ears are always open to the troubles of my peers, you know.
You're really that hungry for a good letter of recommendation? Of course you are.
I don't think Arne wants out. I think Arne is at the crossroads right now with the dilemma, a moral dilemma.
Nobody would take on your annoying job if they weren't.
But yeah, Nelly, I guess in that case, you and Ryuji had something in common. Gonna eat that by yourself? You gonna share? Give me some.
What's that supposed to mean?
You're student council president, right? Wouldn't you have known about Kamoshida?
Of course not. He honestly was a good teacher until that day.
Oh, but you always take the teacher's side. That's what a good council president does, right?
Oh, she's being confronted.
Then how about you? What did you do for your friend? You were much closer to her than I was. So how did you help?
There wasn't any way to help. By myself, I couldn't do anything for her.
There's no need to shout.
If those phantom thieves are out there helping people, I'd root for them, no questions asked. They've got to be more dependable than some people I know.
Just make sure you show up to your classes, all right?
You know what I asked earlier? About whether we'll be okay if we keep this up? I take it back. I'd be ashamed to let it end now.
There we go. Moral dilemma ended. She's back.
Hell yeah. It's about time we find our next target, too.
Only I could.
She's starting to second guess her position, which means she will come around soon.
Comments are coming in at an alarming rate. However, negative ones seem to be more prominent. A criminal group with unknown goals that does whatever it wants in the name of justice.
It's probably because of Akechi. TV's got some crazy sway.
He's free to deny our actions, but being cursed by his influence is another thing entirely.
Just when we were starting to get people to believe in us, too.
All we gotta do is take down another hotshot, yeah?
Well, do you have any ideas who this next hotshot could be?
He's actually the one we saved in the last stream. Yusuke.
I ain't got a thing yet. Damn it.
So he's actually part of our dungeon party. Oh, that's just mean, Steven.
By the way, what's up with that luggage?
Oh, I decided to leave the school dorms. We're not only filthy, but too noisy as well. No true art could come from such a place.
What are you gonna do then? You can't go back to that shack, right?
I was planning on staying at Takamaki-san's, Aunt's house. I've even prepared a thank you gift. I hope it's to your parents' liking.
What? There's no way that's gonna happen.
Impossible.
Impossible. Yusuke is a very interesting character.
You're the impossible one.
I think you will actually like Yusuke, Nelly. He's an artist as well. That's his character. He is he's an orphan that's devoted his entire life to art.
But I spent everything I had on these delectable Japanese sweets.
That's not the issue here. Seriously, though, what are we gonna do about him?
It's way too small. Plus, my mom would never agree to it.
Well, seeing as Yusuke is an important member of our team, I'll lend a hand. Come stay at our place. It's dirty, but at least you'll have somewhere to sleep.
Why are you the one calling the shots?
Yeah, because our caretaker will definitely agree to that.
Don't you two live in a cafe? I've been wondering about that for a while. Yonken's not too far, is it?
Nope. And the cafe's only a minute walk from the station.
How about we go there now? We can have a party to celebrate Madarame's change of heart.
Oh, good idea. We can make it a welcome party for Yusuke, too.
All right, it's decided.
Well, I do live in a loft.
Sorry to cause you trouble. By the way, I prefer sleeping on a futon.
It'll be up to you to convince the chief.
Oh, really? So now it's my responsibility.
What a nice smell.
This place looks so outdated. Can't say I hate it, though.
People refer to that as retro.
Who are they?
Hello.
A girl, too?
This guy has really helped us a lot lately.
I bet you're the ones doing all the helping.
No, really, he's been great.
Well, it is a cafe and they serve curry.
Huh. Sit down. This round will be on the house. You're helping, though.
Wow, it's delicious.
Indeed. There's great depth to its acidity.
Oh yeah, I remember now. I think I've seen LeBlanc mentioned in a magazine before.
That was a long time ago.
For real? Oh, give me a taste. Ah!
He's not a coffee person.
Ah! It's so bitter. This has got to be cruel and unusual punishment.
I didn't drink coffee when I was a kid either. These are your friends, yeah? Go on and take them up to your room. No need to stay down here.
Ooh, I want to see.
Yes, he does.
It's only an attic.
Oh, man. Ah, that bitter taste just won't leave my mouth.
Oh, Ryuji.
Thank you very much for the drink.
Up these stairs. Oh, and thanks for the soda.
So you're,
On Takamaki.
Anchan, huh? That's a nice name.
Anchan.
You got a boyfriend?
Nope, never have either.
Ooh.
Hey, you gotta get up here. This place is freaking insane.
Go on.
Got a boyfriend?
Oh, right. Thank you for the coffee.
Straight to the point, Sojiro. Wait, you got a boyfriend? No? Well, you see. Ah. Well, he's just being a wingman.
What do you think of this room? I don't know where to begin.
It seems quite ordinary to me.
For real?
Oh.
See? Ain't this crazy?
It's cleaner than I thought it would be.
Wow. It's clearer than I thought it would be.
What?
Well, sit wherever you'd like.
We're all over the news. Even those who previously believed in us have been influenced by the comments made on TV.
Yeah, exactly, Steven. That's what I said. Sojiro being a wingman.
This is all that effing Akechi's fault.
Keep it down. We don't want anyone hearing us.
Well, the teacher won't come unless we call her.
At this rate, we're just going to worry everyone instead of give them courage.
We need to find a way to make our rightfulness known to society. It's time we think about our next move. You were planning on discussing that today, right?
Yes. First, we need to search for a candidate.
It's not like we're just gonna stumble upon some important target, though. You guys don't know anyone, do you?
I don't.
Me neither.
What do you think, leader?
Well, there probably are a lot of famous targets on TV.
However, the suspects on the news are already being pursued by the police. Even if we make them confess their crimes, the police will take the credit. That won't do.
Damn it. Never gonna prove Akechi wrong at this rate.
What the?
Well, it's only a specific days I can call her. Because it's the confidant thing. There are only specific days you can do interactions with the specific people.
Sorry. I haven't eaten anything since yesterday.
And you spent all your money on that box of sweets?
Dude, how much did you have?
Anyway, we'll just have to sit tight until we can find another target.
So, how about that welcome party?
Someone's excited.
I think I found something. Isn't that a portable stove? Can't we make hot pot on it?
Hot pot.
That sounds great. I've heard that eating hot pot together brings people closer.
Anything with meat's fine by me.
Ryuji is a man of my heart. If there's meat, I'm in. A man of my heart.
I only ask that we finish it off with porridge. Extra parsley, of course.
So, what do you say? Okay, hot pot it is.
Come on, let's go buy ingredients.
Well, I'll need ginkgo nuts, wonton wrappers, and...
take care of the shopping. Could you borrow a pot from downstairs while we're out? We can split the cost later.
Looks like this welcome party is going to turn out quite lively. We should go grab that pot and set up the portable stove, too. What's up?
Oh yeah. Sojiro.
I heard you're all having hot pot for dinner.
Wanna join us?
Don't you know how busy I am? You guys go have fun. Her name was An, right? She's a nice girl.
Yeah, he's playing wingman.
She said your friend doesn't have anywhere to go. Asked if I could take him in for a bit. I guess she thought it'd be too pitiful for you to ask, since you're already freeloading. Where did I put that pot? Yeah, try looking around. Ah, you found it.
I found it.
It's almost time for the others to get back from their shopping trip. So I'll leave you be. I'll be down here for a while, though. Yeah, just be careful with the fire, okay?
And now, on to the hottest meet and greet segment of our show.
I still feel like we will get her as the confidant at some point, Makoto.
After his last appearance was so well received, we decided to bring back this fine gentleman today. It's the high school detective, Goro Akechi.
This tastes a bit bland. But I'm relieved. A lot's happened, but it seems your grades haven't dropped.
School's been going fine. I'm more worried about you, sis. Are you tired? You're probably lacking sodium.
Do I seem so?
But hypothetically speaking, if these phantom thieves are real, I believe they should be tried in a court of law.
That's quite the statement. Are they committing crimes? Some people even say that the thieves are actually helping their victims abandon their evil ways.
Yeah.
What the artist Madarame did truly was an unforgivable crime. However, they're taking the law into their own hands by judging him. It is far from justice. More importantly, you should never forcefully change a person's heart.
Is it a crime to manipulate someone's heart?
Depending on the means, yes. He's absolutely right.
Even if it makes someone admit their evil deeds and helps make them pay for their crimes?
Why the sudden interest?
It's nothing.
Do you believe that these allies of justice exist?
Oh, of course not.
She does.
You don't need to think about such unnecessary things. You understand what I'm trying to say, right?
Study hard and go to a prestigious college.
Moving up in the world is difficult as a woman. Yet you can't do much if you don't have the authority. I'll use every method necessary to make it happen. All you need to do is remain focused on what must be done now for your future's sake.
So it's her sister that's putting a lot of pressure on her.
Sorry.
Now... Yes? it's fine. Oh, that case.
What must be done? Justice.
I think
Those phantom thieves are out there helping people. I'd root for them, no questions asked.
I feel like she's coming around now.
What do I want to do?
Yes.
I can't eat another bite.
That was delicious, Lady Ann. I'm sure you'll make a wonderful bride
Sorry. I'm gonna have to borrow the sofa.
Food coma.
What's wrong, Yusuke?
We haven't finished our meal. What about the porridge? Or even udon?
Just leave it for next time, man.
She's asleep already?
No, she's in a food coma. There's nothing to do. It's over.
It'd be weird if she wasn't tired. We should let her sleep.
Ryuji? No, I didn't see what Ryuji did.
By the way, Ryuji, how do you know An?
Huh? Oh, we went to middle school together.
What was Lady Ann like back then?
Not so different from now. Once we got to high school, we ended up in different classes and stopped talking. I don't think she had many friends.
Are you sure it was her skirt and not just to look if she was asleep?
I mean, she grew up overseas. Plus, there's her looks. The popular kids hate her, the quiet ones stay away.
I see. So, what about you two?
Us?
This is a great opportunity to get to know each other better. You know every detail of my past at this point. It's only fair you tell me every detail of yours.
So you got nothing to lose, huh? Alright, I'll tell you. It's just a normal story about a rotten kid, though. My dad left when I was young. Ever since then, it's just been me and my mom.
So we get Ryuji's backstory now.
I was actually trying to get a track scholarship so I could make things easier for her.
Oh, okay.
In the end, I just screwed it all up. Turns out I'm a pretty bad son, huh? Back when I was a first year, my mom got called out to school for me raising my hand at Kamoshida. All the teachers kept hounding her for what I did, but she just stayed quiet through it all. I'll never forget the look she had on her face, though. On the way home, she apologized to me for being a single mom and all.
So that's what happened.
I feel sorry for Ryuji.
They say at school that everyone is equal, but in reality that's a gross oversimplification. I understand how you feel.
Well, when it comes to getting labeled, nobody's got it worse than this guy.
Yeah, exactly. We are probably one that's labeled the worst.
Is this about his past?
Now that I think about it, we never have heard the details.
Damn brat! I'll sue!
Well, Ryuji's dad left when he was a child, so he only had his mom, and when he confronted Kamoshida, the bad guy from the first palace, the teachers were all going crazy on Ryuji's mom, and she just stayed quiet. On the way home, she apologized to Ryuji for being a single mom. And this is our backstory.
If you keep this up...
This is our backstory.
Then I'll report about the money. Is that fine with you?
All I have to say is that you did it on your own, and it's over.
But I just did as I was told.
Who do you think I am?
No.
Hey, make this statement to the cops. This kid suddenly attacked me. Got it? If you even try to say anything else, you know what'll happen to you, right?
Huh? But...
Shut up. You're done for. You're gonna learn what happens when you cross me.
Excuse me, folks. We received a complaint about an argument here. Is something the matter? Oh, it's you, sir.
So what happened? Explain it to the good officer.
That young man suddenly attacked him. He shoved this gentleman to the ground. And this man got injured.
It's as she says. Also, make sure you deal with this so my name isn't mentioned at all. You understand what that means, correct?
Yes, sir. Hey, cuff him.
Understood.
Just listening to it pisses me off.
So yeah, that's what happened to us.
God damn it! You got an assault on your record just for that.
The woman sounds quite horrible as well. She stayed quiet this whole time.
That man is just the kind of person whose heart we should steal. Who is he? And where can we find him? You can't remember, huh? Well, it was at night, and I'm sure you were in shock after getting arrested. I understand all too well the pain of not being able to remember important details of your life.
The victim's personal information is always kept secret. Identifying that man will prove difficult. Besides, the courts already made their ruling, didn't they? Even if we manage to get revenge, his past record won't go away.
Exactly.
I can't stand it. This world is so messed up. The weak are left to fight for themselves while rotten adults get away with whatever they want.
Yeah.
And those in power don't do anything to help the situation.
I think it's either him or the principal. Because the principal seemed to have a lot of power as well. And seems to keep a lot of secrets.
Can't we fix this, though? Nobody would even know. We just need to show the world what true justice is. We'll make them come to their senses.
You're right, Yusuke. That's gotta be what our powers are for.
Sounds good to me. The flashier our missions are, the cooler we end up looking.
Yes, exactly.
You've all taught me so much.
What are you guys getting all excited about?
Oh, sorry. Did we wake you up?
Nah, not really. I've been up for a while now. Still, this weird feeling came over me while I was listening to you guys. It almost feels like I've known you all forever. Do you think it's because our backgrounds are so similar?
Well, it sure ain't because of anything good.
Similar, huh? I'm the only one who doesn't fit in. I don't have any past to look back on. No memories.
What do you mean? We could search the whole world and we wouldn't find a bigger misfit than you. And the reason we're going to Mementos is to get your memories back, right?
I'm sure your past will be just as troubled as ours.
No doubt.
We'll see about that.
I actually feel like I've known Morgana for a really long time, too. It's so strange. I can't really put it into words.
Look, I'm helping you guys out for my own sake. Don't get me wrong.
Sure you are, Morgana.
If you don't get stronger, investigating mementos won't be anything but a pipe dream.
That sure was a quick turnaround. 1 second you're depressed, the next you're acting all tough.
All joking aside, let's take this seriously. We should go as far with it as we can. I want to punish those corrupt adults and give courage to people in trouble. Only we can do that.
Ha! You can say that again.
Being a member of the Phantom Thieves will surely help me grow, both as an artist and as a person.
Yes.
Of course. You're under my tutelage after all. There's nothing we can't accomplish.
But Steven, you know that Morgana is the cat. Well, Anne's backstory is what Ryuji told. Ryuji told about how he met Anne and about how she was. We haven't heard the exact backstory from her.
Well, I hope we can keep this up. We should be alright with you as our leader.
But I think we will get more once we get the confidant level up with her.
Whoa, it's this late?
I guess now's a good time to call it for the night.
Oh, that reminds me. The owner said you're free to crash here, Yusuke.
That's very kind of him.
You convinced him, didn't you? You go, Miss Older Dude Charmer.
Oh my god. I don't know, I haven't played this game before, so...
What kind of nickname is that?
I won't be able to sleep unless I take a bath.
There's a bathhouse nearby, so you can go there. I won't be able to join you, though.
Oh, that sounds great. I want to come too. How about you, Ann?
You guys go on ahead. I should get going. Well, good night, Morgana.
Damn it. I need to turn back into a human soon.
But what about the rest of us? Just like, good night, Morgana, the rest of you, screw you, I'm going home.
I can't let her get taken by someone else.
Morgana being jealous again.
Huge bathtubs really are the best. Ann's missing out.
It's a bit hot, though.
Old guys like it hot for some reason. I'm sure he'll stop eventually. You know, I've been wondering for a while now. But what do you think about Ann? As a girl, I mean. Oh, you straight up said it.
Of course I did. It's Anne.
Well, in her case, her looks totally make up for her overbearing personality.
I'll be sure to share what you've said with Ann.
Yusuke.
Oh, please don't. Seriously?
That aside, we need to hurry and find our next target.
About that, though, is targeting famous people enough?
And be sure to let Anne know what you said.
Seeing people's reactions these days has been making me think twice about what we do.
True. Pursuing only what's best in the short term may end up becoming fruitless for us. We need a strategy to appeal to the public.
Oh? Well, what do you got in mind?
Do I look like someone who could come up with such a thing?
I was an idiot for asking. I'm on offense duty, you know? And Morgana specializes in stuff about that world, so... Still... It's freaking hot! How much do you have to add until you're satisfied, Gramps? I can't stand it anymore! Anyways, let's meet up again early next week. I'll contact everyone.
Oh. Check out the pictures I took today. That's actually a very good picture. Steam fucked up his glasses. Another of the many charms of eating hot pot, I suppose. Oh man, I keep looking back at this picture, and his face is still hilarious. Oh yeah, Yusuke is still at Zero's place, right? Don't go making any trouble for him, okay? Of course. I'd like to think I'm not that socially graceless. Yeah, I guess it is a Japanese thing. All I can ask is a warm futon and a traditional Japanese breakfast. That's asking a lot.
Hey. Did something happen?
I'll be fine here, sleep in my studio on occasion. So this is luxurious in comparison.
Let's turn in for the night.
But no.
Hey!
God damn it, Morgana. Oh, it's time to meet Igor again. Igor, what do you have for me this time? Yay!
The prisoner has returned.
That would be hilarious.
You're in the presence of our master. Stand up straight.
The bonds that you have reeled in are quite intriguing. In other words, they all have been unfairly labeled by society and are standing up against such fates.
Steven is your favorite character, Igor.
Have you noticed? They seem to have influenced you. These picaresque dissidents of society, deepen your bonds with them. Those will become the strength behind your rehabilitation. I look forward to it. I shall grant you an ability befitting of your newfound growth.
Ooh.
Consider it a gift.
Yay, new skill.
May you continue devoting yourself to further rehabilitation.
Do I get access to more personas? Yes, I do. I can now have 10 personas.
All right.
But Steven, that wouldn't be possible because this is our cognition of the Velvet Room. This all takes place in our cognition, in our mind. So other people will see this different from what their cognition is.
It's almost time.
So because we've been labeled as a criminal, we see this as a prison. Because we are basically labeled as a criminal.
You're Sai-san's younger sister, correct? May I talk to you for a moment?
Is it about the Phantom Thieves, Akechi-kun?
Okay, I'm just gonna be right back really quick before we continue here. There we go. I'm back.
You're quite perceptive. I was wondering if there were any points in common between Kamoshida's and Madarame's cases. There have been victims, after all. The Phantom Thieves need to be pursued.
Do they do?
You criticize the Phantom Thieves, yet you don't doubt their actual existence.
Oh, you saw that show on TV. Common sense can get in the way at times when pursuing the truth. Many details become logical if I think on the premise that they do exist.
Is this because my sister told you to do so?
It was just a coincidence.
Why do I get the feeling that you're enjoying this?
You may be right.
Huh?
Phantom thieves that use calling cards and succeed in their crime. As the so-called charismatic detective, it'd be hard for me not to see them as my rivals.
I'm getting some Death Note feels here.
You have such high self-esteem. So the Phantom Thieves are evil and you are just?
Compared to people who manipulate others' hearts as they see fit, I believe I'm on the side of justice. Besides, I'm only using my natural-born talents for the sake of serving the world. Don't you think the same about yourself, too? Oh, that's surprising. So, you're just the good girl type of pushover.
Oh.
Oh, looks like it's starting soon. See you later. Give Sai-san my regards.
What Why does everyone get on my case?
Just talk to us already.
It's such a delight to enjoy coffee of this quality.
You could stay until you find a place, you know. I can't promise it'd be comfortable here, though.
Thank you, but I'll return to the dorms. I realized something after talking with everyone last night. Perhaps it's due to my upbringing, but I don't know anything of the world, let alone other people. If I'm to depict people in my art, I need to learn more about them. I must interact with them more. I'll return to the dorms and start over by talking with the people closest to me.
I see. Good on you for realizing that yourself.
There's no need to exaggerate. May I come again sometime to enjoy your coffee?
My doors are always open.
Sojiro is a good guy.
He's been through a lot too, from what I've heard. Are you related to him?
Huh? Oh, how would I describe it? We're just acquaintances, not family or anything.
I may be overstepping my bounds, but why did you decide to take him in?
My reason, huh? Probably because he reminds me of my old self.
That's all?
You know how it is. Sympathy makes you do stupid things sometimes. Your art instructor, former art instructor, he must have felt something for you too, besides just stealing your talents.
Truth be told, I cannot hate him from the depths of my heart either. I should probably get going.
Hey, you sure about this? The painting, I mean. It'd be a waste to keep here.
Sayuri!
Even if I kept it at the dorms, it'd only be met with skepticism. I doubt it would want that. Adding a hint of color to an otherwise ordinary day. I'm sure my mother would have done the same.
I see. I'll hold on to it for you then.
Thank you for the coffee. I'll come again.
Hey!
I'm hungry. That was a Nelly answer. No offense, but it was a Nelly answer, wasn't it? He wasn't around when I woke up. He must be downstairs.
You up?
Finally up, you know it's past noon. That kid ended up going back to his dorms. He left this painting before he took off, though. Supposedly to thank us for taking care of him. How nice of him. It's rare to see a kid acting so grateful these days. And this painting is amazing. Not only is the mother stunning, but the expressions on her face. The regulars will probably freak out when they see it in here. Still, I feel like I've seen it somewhere. It's a bit different from how I remember it, though.
Hey.
Yeah, but I was faster than you, Nelly. And there, I was faster. Well, if you're up for today, go on and get dressed. I opened the shop hours ago, so go take the cat out somewhere. Thank you again for letting me stay the night. Apologies for leaving so quietly, but your rest seemed peaceful. After a great deal of inner struggle, I've decided to return to the dormitories. Furthermore, I've entrusted the Sayuri to your protector Sojiro. That painting should no longer exist in reality, but it is truly what my mother painted. That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem. That painting should no longer exist in reality, but it's truly what my mother painted. I'm simply satisfied that we were able to obtain it. And it was all because of you guys. I cannot thank you enough. P.S. I still believe porridge is the best way to end a hot pot. He's still on the food. That's what I'm talking about, Nelly. He's a man after your heart.
Hey, hey.
Yo, Stalsgård, how are you doing? We're just playing some Persona today. So Yusuke went home, huh? Oh well, I guess that's best.
I can't believe this!
Yo, Zeus! How was your stream, my friend? Hey, Cece. Oh, nice. Yeah, how is your stream, Zeus? And welcome in, Raiders.
Kid er så fucking strong, men... Godlike.
Nice play, Zeus. So what were you streaming today? More Valorant? Or what were you playing today? Oh, how's that going for you? Oh, just check the fan side. There's some kind of thread on there looking for info about burglars using the Phantom Thieves name. Yeah, sure, Zeus. Sounds pretty lame to me. Oh, I saw that too. They target restaurants, right? I actually found a really interesting post on there. My brother has suddenly started acting violent towards everyone. I might end up getting killed at this raid. I wonder if it's because he got caught up with all those weird people in Shibuya. I think he means those burglars when he's talking about them weird people. It may be too soon to assume that. post said he started spending a bunch of money lately, too. Isn't that kind of suspicious? I wonder how many burglar groups there even are in Shibuya. Damn, things really starting to get serious. Let's look into it. I thought you'd say that. Although, how exactly will we go about investigating? We'll go to Shibuya in the middle of the night and catch them all red-handed. No way. The police totally nab us if we were out that late. Plus, it would be bad if the chief knew you were out in the middle of the night. If they target restaurants, what if we drew them to LeBlanc? What? There's no way. Who would go after a shop like this? Wouldn't that cause a lot of trouble for Boss? LeBlanc targeted? It seems like a viable plan to me. Let's do it. Cut it out. You'd get kicked out of LeBlanc if we failed. Oh, I suppose I left the Sayuri there as well. I'd forgotten. How'd you forget something that important? Either way, I don't really want more thieves to be posing as us in the future. I wish there was some way we could make an example of these ones. At the moment, our lack of info means we will just have to wait. We can continue searching for more information wherever possible, though. Yeah. I'm gonna try looking for stuff too.
Hey!
Shouldn't you tell others about the targeted mentors? Be honest, am I actually getting stronger? I've been working really hard, but I haven't noticed any changes. Anyways, would you mind hearing me out again? Are you free today? Yeah, let's go see her for today. Then I'll see you at Inokashira Park.
Hey!
Oh, look at those ducks over there. They must be a family. This place seriously feels amazing. It's not even that far from Shibuya, but it feels so different here.
Hey!
You know, Tokyo's so strange. There are tons of people and tons of stores, yet there are still duck-filled parks here too. It has everything, but it feels like I can't understand any of it. It's honestly kind of scary. I know what you mean. Oh right, you only just moved here.
Hey.
When I first got here, I had a super tough time adjusting. It's so crowded and everyone walks really fast, almost like they're angry or something. Even at school, I was only ever the foreigner. Nobody really knew me. They just spread rumors. I thought maybe my looks were the problem. I even considered dyeing my hair black to match everyone else. But that was when Shiho talked to me. The first thing she said was, "Takamaki-san, your paintings suck." Was she right? She most definitely was not. I don't think they sucked, at least. I ended up getting a D in art though. I wonder why. Still, that was the first time someone here talked to me without mentioning my looks. We sort of just grew closer after that. And Shio's been my best friend ever since. That's not why we are here, though. There's something else I need to talk to you about.
Hey!
Do you remember what I told you the last time we came here? About that female thief in the anime I used to watch? Well, I thought of something. Tell me. It's gonna knock your socks off. You know how the villain in those shows are always going on about world domination? Well, even though they get beaten by the heroes every time, they never give up. That means they must have pretty solid hearts. And that's why I'm going to try and learn from them. How exactly? About that.
Yes!
I'm gonna star in an action movie. Okay, Nelly, sleep well. I'll talk to you later. Let's see. What should I choose here? What do we pick? Yeah, but it could also be a sarcastic answer. You know? That's the thing, you don't know if it's encouraging or sarcastic. That's the thing. But it seemed like that was the correct answer. Thanks. Your support really helps. Alright, I'm making this my ultimate goal for the future. You know, I've never really thought much about what I wanted to do in my life. But now I have an objective.
Thanks.
And that only happened because of talking to you. Thanks. I sense heightened motivation from Arn. Rank 4 lovers. Chance to grab the enemy's attention and cancel their action. That sounds pretty good, actually.
All right.
Well, if I want to be in action movies, I'll need to work on my actions. I wonder how many sit-ups I'll have to do. Wait, Ryuji said he knows a good gym. I should ask him for advice.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I need to tell Shiho that I have a new goal. She'll definitely be happy to hear that.
Come on, let's head home.
Come on, let's jog to the station. Hi, it's me. You're good to talk right now? So I'd like to think I'm pretty athletic. Like, I don't hate exercise or anything. But I'm exhausted just from running to the station earlier. Maybe I've got to train my body along with my heart. Do you do anything to train your body? I carry Morgana in my bag. Yeah, that has to be the answer. That's part of your training? But I guess that's kind of amazing. I mean, you never seem to struggle with it. I wonder how much Mona weighs. Maybe I'll try carrying him in my bag next time. Okay, first I need to research what kind of training's best for me. For now, I'll just do some curls with a water bottle. I already drank it halfway, but better than nothing, right? Well, see you later.
Ah, you're back.
So, what do I want to do about our next big target? Well, that's sudden. Well, after what that guy said, sitting around doing nothing just pissed me off. Talking about Akechi-kun, right? I know how you feel. Ah, that high school detective. He'd have to shut up if we changed another person's heart. You think so? Come on, you gotta be more confident about this kind of stuff. But he did mention that the police are starting to mobilize. Either way, I don't think we should leave Akechi be. This is the perfect time to meet and discuss what our strategy should be going forward. Let us gather at the hideout tomorrow. What do you think about the administration? I think they are wrong. That's what I plan to discuss in my speech today. I'd like for you to hear it. I want your honest opinion. I feel like my bond with Yoshida will grow stronger soon. Yeah. I appreciate it. Let's meet at the square in Shibuya Station.
Everyone.
The conviction of a government is often tested during times of turmoil. However, the current administration refuses to discuss their plans for the future. Can we really accept such utter lack of transparency? I've been hearing this type of criticism about the government a lot lately. That's because the Diet member Shido has been getting popularity by saying the same thing. So he's just echoing another politician criticism of the government. Apparently. Whatever. So first you stole party funds, and now you're stealing ideas? No good, Tora. Stop talking all big, you ex-convict. It seems I've drawn the ire of the audience once again. So he's claiming those who have made mistakes in the past shouldn't get a second chance? What can I say to that? What was that? You got something to say to me, kid? Yep. What's up with this kid? Why, you little punk? Yes, I'm no good, Tora. And I have made mistakes, yes. I am unpopular and powerless. But that has nothing to do with my arguments. These are things I learned from all my hardships. Welcome back, Zeus.
Yes.
You can ridicule me all you want, but I will continue to oppose what is wrong with this world. Today's speech ended up being filled with a lot of passion. Quite unexpectedly, I might add. The highlight, though, was your yelling. You just spoke the truth. That's very promising. But don't overdo it. You should avoid making enemies whenever possible. Okay, that's all for today. You two are amazing. I've been wrong this whole time. Even though someone has failed in the past, it doesn't mean that person can't try again. That's all I want to say.
You.
Please wait.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is all I wanted to say. You're a strange one, just like that kid. I learned something from your dauntless spirit today. I have a bad habit of getting flustered whenever someone calls me no good Torah. But you see me as someone of value, so I refuse to cower to criticism in front of you. Today you taught me that I must have more confidence in my arguments. Rank 4.
All right.
My way of thinking changes when I'm with you. Perhaps it's the influence of your useful spirit. Ah, my apologies. It seems we're out of time. I feel like helping with the speech has served to increase my charm. Hey, we got more charm.
I shall ask you again another time.
Good work today. I'll see you again soon. Hello, thanks for all your hard work today. Thanks to you, I remembered something very important. Now that I think about it, ever since the scandal, I felt alone and helpless, like the whole world was against me. Perhaps I got too used to the constant judging and critique, but I realized I'd overlooked something crucial. I'd forgotten the people who support me, and how encouraging it feels simply to be in their presence. Okay, Christoph, have a nice sleep, and thanks for stopping by. I'll see you next time. I hope you remember to cherish that too. Can't forget your roots. Haha, exactly. Sounds like you've already learned that lesson. I will engrave it into my heart. I can't let myself forget it again. Well, I'll be counting on you for my next speech too. See you soon. Fancy seeing you here. Oh right, I guess Shujin was in this direction too. Still, I wouldn't have expected to run into you at this time. Perhaps it really is fate. How are you doing? I'm sleepy?
Huh?
Did you stay up too late? Are you alright? Ah, I do like that response. It's honest, and it keeps the conversation from dragging. I've been getting interviewed a lot lately, so I've been wondering how to answer such questions. I suppose it is best to simply be yourself and say what you think. You've given me much to consider. If it isn't too much trouble, may I speak with you again sometime? Well, you already have my phone number, so I can't really stop you. Hey, I heard from one of my upperclassmen, but apparently there's some kind of weirdo in Kichichoji. Even at a glance, you can supposedly tell right away that he's bad news. You live there, don't you? Are you okay? Oh, you mean the old man in a Harmony Alley? My parents were talking about him too. Doesn't that just make you wonder? I'm thinking I might try looking for him today. What? Don't do that. Besides, I heard he hides his face. Who knows what he'll do to you if he sees you. You're gonna end up in a ditch somewhere. I just know it. Did they say Kichichoji? Did we ever see someone like that? Just sounds like a rumor though. So who knows how much of it you can believe? What do you think? I'm curious.
Right.
Yeah. If on the off chance he really is a bad guy, we should do something about it. For now, we can just check it out whenever we have time.
Oh. How tragic.
There we go. It's ready. There we go. Before I realized it, we are halfway through June. It's the only month of the year with no holidays, and it's filled with rain. Truly a season of hell. I'm exaggerating, say. You're all just ignorant. After all, what's falling from the sky is acid rain that can melt metal. Let's test your knowledge and imagination.
Give it a try.
When washing your hair with dissolved copper, your hair color changes. What color do you think it turns? And the answer to that question is green.
This is it. That's it.
Yeah, I have a guide to all the classroom questions, because I know how important the stat increases are in this game. And for every answer I get correctly, I get a boost to my knowledge. That is correct. By the way, magnesium turns your hair white, and rust will turn your hair red. However, acid rain can't melt gold or silver. If you want to dye your hair gold, use bronze coins. Thinking you could save money by skipping a visit to the hair salon? It seems you still don't understand the horror of acid rain. Hey, did you get that question? It wasn't even close. Maybe he actually is smart. I'm kind of surprised. Oh shoot, the teacher's glaring at us.
Nice going.
Wow, you must be really smart to be able to answer a question like that. London once had acid rain on the level of stomach acid. More than 4,000 people died. Perhaps one day such a deathly rain will fall on Japan. My heart too is overcast, just like the rain that falls on the city. Ah, rain. I'm tired of thinking of witty comments.
Oh good, you haven't gone home yet. Nijimi-san's looking for you. Could you head to the student council room right away?
Ooh, I think it's time. I think it's time for me to be right again.
She says there's no report of a lost item, so she wants you to start filling out some paperwork. But telling me that isn't going to get you out of this. The student council room is on the 3rd floor, next to the library.
It's time for me to be right again.
Got it? Why am I running errands for a student? I know she's the principal's favorite or whatever.
Nijima's the girl who keeps following you around, right? What can she want?
To become our next confidant? I'm calling it already. I called it long ago. Just need to find the right room. Ah! Sorry about that. Where is the council room again? It's at the 3rd floor. I'm at the 3rd floor. That's the roof. So is it here? That was broadcast room. Library. Where is this? Library, library. So I'm... so you're the one everybody's been talking about. Our president wants to work with you. Don't cause any trouble, okay? Yes, but I still need to find the location. Let's see if I can find the student council room. Computer room. Computer room. Study hall. Study hall.
I can see it.
Storage room. Storage room. Oh my god, where is this room at? Music room. Dad, could you give me some pointers, please? Calligraphy. Calligraphy. Where is this room at? Jesus. Hello, could I please find the room? Nothing this way. Study hall. Study hall. Storage room 1, storage room 2. Emergency exit. Calligraphy. Where is that room? Right there.
Earlier than expected. Have a seat. I'll get straight to the point.
Mr. Kamoshida and Madarame. Won't you tell me the truth behind the Phantom Thieves incidents? Can't answer that? Oh, of course. There's no way you would admit to such things. Have a listen.
If someone else could help him, we wouldn't be doing stuff as the Phantom Thieves to start with.
So you think it's true? We'll be okay if we keep doing this, right?
What could all this mean?
We screwed up.
Was it blackmail? Hypnosis? How do you corner someone into making them confess? Won't you tell me how you did it? You want to say that this doesn't prove anything, don't you? I believe that you three are the Phantom Thieves. Now, what would the police think if they heard my recording?
It'd be bad if we're put under police surveillance. There's no telling what'll happen to you, too.
If you confess the truth, I don't mind just leaving this between the two of us.
Yeah.
You'll tell me, won't you? I believe that time would just be wasted. Go ahead.
Hey, where you at? Taking a leak? Let's meet up at the usual spot to hold our Phantom Thieves meeting.
Ah.
Idiot!
As loud as always. But his timing's perfect.
Of course.
I'd like everyone else to hear this as well. Won't you take me to your friends?
I guess it can't be helped now.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Here?
I wonder if she joins us in the dungeon.
Is that girl a friend of yours?
What the hell?
What's the meaning of this?
I had him lead me here. Ryuji Sakamoto, An Takamaki, and you're Kitagawa-kun, correct? Second year at Kosei High and former pupil of Madarame. I wanted to ask you all about this.
If someone else could help him, we wouldn't be doing stuff as the Phantom Thieves to start.
An extremely similar technique was used for both Kamoshida and Madarame, while those affected by their acts were just coincidentally meeting up. How could that not raise suspicions?
What do you intend to do? Have you come just to say you're going to report us?
I bet someone told you to find us. The school can't have ties to criminals after all. And yet they turn a blind eye when it comes to suicide and sexual harassment.
Yeah.
Those adults are just using you. I feel sorry for you.
I know.
Huh?
That's why I would like to verify the justice you speak of.
What?
I'm the only one who knows about you. If you prove what you're doing is just, I'll erase this.
She wants to make a deal.
There is someone whose heart I'd like you to change.
Ooh.
Who?
So you're not saying it's impossible. However, I cannot tell you that just yet.
Is it the principal?
Let's continue our talk after school tomorrow. Assuming you accept my offer, that is.
I'm guessing she will be joining us in the dungeon.
This is turning into a real pain.
Because there always seems to be a new party member at every new palace.
I don't think you truly understood how high the stakes were.
In the first with Kamoshida, we got both Ryuji and An. And in the second, we got Yusuke. So in the third, we might get her? Possibly? It's a possibility.
Anything to say, Ryuji?
Why are you singling me out? On got recorded too, you know?
I'm so sorry.
Hey, what should we do? That girl's got dirt on us.
A recording seems to be insufficient evidence, though. And even with that, there's no way they could prove our methods.
Considering who we're dealing with, I think it might be a trap.
Regardless, this guy would be in real trouble. He's on probation after all.
Yeah.
Things would get rough if we didn't have our leader. And I totally don't want to deal with the police.
Then, we have no other choice but to go along with it.
Yes, it's best we agree, at least for the time being. We made a crucial mistake, but not a critical one. We'll just have to recover from here on out.
Yeah, my bad.
I think she will be our next party member.
So, we doing this? All right, we're meeting on the school rooftop tomorrow, yeah?
What about me? I could always sneak in if necessary.
That'll draw too much attention. You should just wait outside, Yusuke. What could she be scheming?
So effing pissed. We just gotta do what she says? Considering what has happened, it seems we have no other choice. I wonder whose heart the student council president would want us to change. Don't matter to me. But there might be a reason behind who she picks, right? I wonder who it is. I'm curious myself. I'm thinking it's the principal. It has to be the principal. What do you think, Steven? She mentioned how she wants us to prove our justice, did she not? Yeah, she definitely did. Then there must be some reasoning behind her choice. Please contact me immediately if you find anything out. And don't go picking any fights, okay? Do you understand, Ryuji? Why are you singling me out? I ain't dumb.
Hey!
She's so shrewd. We best prepare ourselves for anything. Kind of. Yeah, I can go here. What did they say? I think it was the shopping district. It's Harmony Alley.
It's so humid.
Is that the guy?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Chapman collecting rare goods for personal reasons. Rare goods? Yeah. See, I knew that'd get your attention. Trader must constantly fulfill his client's needs, regardless of an item being sold out or worth a premium. But a lone man can only do so much. I've been racking my brain over how I'm going to purchase this item. Then you came along, man. And I just knew I could talk to you. What do you say? Will you help a fella collect goods? What do I get? I'll have rewards ready for you, man. If you get me what I asked for, I will trade. Sounds fair? Just buy the item when you can and bring it to me at some point. Then we have a deal. From now on, please call me Sakai.
I mean,
Of course, as phantoms, we have to be careful about curing the items and appraising it. Alright? Don't think this guy has any ill intentions, but he's still a bit suspicious. Don't want to get in trouble. Oh, one thing I need you to remember. I don't want any trouble. I wouldn't want to burden the client. That means no stealing. You gotta buy the item through legitimate channels. Alright? Now then, let's discuss our first deal. If you can find one, I can trade for decorative whip.
See you later.
So we found a new trader. But I was kind of looking for that man they were talking about. In Harmony Alley. If only I knew where Harmony Alley is.
This is ridiculous.
Because they were talking about that suspicious man. In Harmony Alley. But I can't seem to find Harmony Alley. Where is this? I want to find this guy.
Hey, inmate!
And I kind of want to check out personas as well. Since I now have room for 2 more. So I might get some new personas as well.
You certain?
Time for some rehabilitation.
you wish to perform
So
an infusion.
what do I need? See, I have death, I have 2 magicians, I have 2 fools. I need a lovers as well.
Finished for now? Justine, you handled it.
Registration? Are you sure? You'd like to register this? You'd like to register this? You'd like to register this? You'd like to register this?
I might as well get all of my personas registered.
Read here.
Oh yeah, I still have a region I can
This
buy.
persona, a fee is required. Then accept this persona.
Let's see.
Is this what you want? You'll withdraw this persona, then accept this persona.
Just as I have Angel for that. What more do I need? Do I not have any sun personas? Fortune, strength, hanged, devil, tower, star, moon, sun. No, I haven't found a single sun persona.
The inmate needs. Let's execute him. Fusion.
What are you?
Excessive power only leads to destruction. I see. A strong persona indeed.
Oh, I can make Oni.
I see. A strong persona indeed.
Should I do this, Steven? Should I make Oni?
I see. A strong persona indeed. Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
Yes. Double counter damage. We need growth. Evade. Curses. Could use a media. And the Domina.
Will it gain new power? I wonder. My.
Oni. Oh. I love that I can make a level 1 Ascend.
Will this truly help you?
Should I do that? To try to get levels on him? Because he will get quite a few levels, because I have confident rank 5. Oh, I can't because I already have Ascend.
What path you want.
Legion. So these are the ones I have materials for.
Some modification, huh?
I see. It will become a weapon.
Oh, come on. It's because I don't have a sword yet. There's a transportation sword.
You change your mind? Justine, you handle this.
Read here.
I need something to fuse with Arsene, so I can get rid of him, so I can make the level 1 Arsene. Yeah, you will get Burger. I'm just getting things prepared here for the dungeon that's coming up.
This persona? You'll withdraw this persona, then accept this persona.
No, it's basically to upgrade our guts stat. There is a burger challenge you can do.
This persona, you'll withdraw this persona, then accept this persona.
Time for some let's execute
fusion.
So, Arsene. Yeah.
Will this truly help you? Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
It will receive significant power.
That is a massive boost. It's a chariot. It's going well. How about you, my friend? It's been a while.
Girls, let us begin.
So now I can make my level 1 Arsene. I got a Gathian. I summoned Pot of Greed. Now I can make Arsene.
Do you really need this?
Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
What is he? Is he a physical attacker?
Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
I think we go for this. We go for this.
It will receive some new power. Now for a rebirth.
Arsene. I am the pillager of Twilight, Arsene. Woohoo, he's level 3 now.
gather them.
Hellbiker? So I need an Eligor to be able to use that.
Finished for now? Justine, you handle this. Time for some rehabilitation. Finished for... Are you finished? What? Let's execute 'em.
Stop.
You change your minds? Justine, you handle this. These are the paths you've walked. Is this what you want? A fee is required. Then accept this persona.
Need a lovers.
This persona? A fee is required. Then accept this persona.
So yeah, I'm basically spending a lot of money on this right now.
Is this what you can hold no more personas?
Oh, I'm maxed out.
The inmate needs... Let's execute fusion.
You become a slime. That's an upgrade.
Looks pretty tough.
Isn't it? It's also death, so it is an upgrade, yeah.
I see. Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
Azio.
It will receive some new power. My.
I'm just thinking we're starting a new dungeon the day after, so I might as well get some fusions done. To like prepare our party. So it's a level 22 I have now.
You okay with this?
How about no? Fuki.
You can't handle this. Not terrible, but not
Oh, I haven't had that one yet.
You okay with this? Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
Magaru, Domina, and
You
Midia.
will receive a fraction of power. My.
I'm just trying to unlock different personas right now as well. You know, to unlock new persona paths. Since I am quite close to being able to form a triple fusion. And get a level 19. I want to see if I can find that path. Or possibly find one of the sun personas. Oh, lovely, you learn growth. Authors.
You can't handle this. You okay with this?
I already have that.
Finished for now? Justine, you handle this. You want to register it? You want to register it?
Should I register this new Asen?
Are you sure?
Yeah, he has better skills.
These are the paths you have walked. This persona, a fee is required. Then accept this persona.
Yeah, sorry for spending so much time here.
This persona, you'll withdraw this persona. This is your power.
But I need to be prepared.
Is this what you can hold? No more personas.
Ah, maxed out.
Time for some. You wish to perform a fusion.
So you become Gimbu.
Do you really need this?
Yeah.
Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
Mabufu. Agado. Akua. Growth.
It will receive a fraction of power now for a rebirth.
Just trying to find different paths. Imbu. What can you become? Okay.
They will be reborn anew. You change your mind? You'd like to read the compendium? These are the paths you have walked. Is this what you want? A fee is required. Then accept this persona. Time for some. You wish to perform. Now choose.
You can get a Clotho. Jikuten.
Excessive power only leads to destruction. terrible, but not impressive. Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
So you need growth at least. Abufu, Marcio.
Will it gain new power? Girls, let us begin.
So we got a Shiza. So what if I fuse my
Let us begin the
result?
search. What path do you want? Finished for now? Are you finished?
Let's just finish off here.
It is time, inmate. I was waiting. Listen up, inmate.
Oh. The ultimate special assignments will not be available indefinitely. To phrase or comprehension, you will have until the end of the year to complete them. You're also required to continue working towards your rehabilitation and earn assignments. You can now take the twins to various facilities that pique their interests.
In that case. Very well.
That's popularity. Oh, I already know what they're talking about.
What'll you do? Oh. Guide me, inmate. Hmm. Quit spacing out.
They made me take the biggest challenge.
Don't tell me. That's right. Okay. Listen up. I suppose. Hey. Well, we didn't experience any of the wonders of space, but at least the taste was passable. You seemed much more excited by the toy than the taste, anyway. Shut up! I saw you eating around those pickle things, or whatever they are, Justine. That wasn't food from this Earth. It was clearly an alien spawn of some sort.
She doesn't like pickles.
What? Is this true? I see. Well, they didn't taste bad. But seriously, what are they? I ate all of mine, you know. Calm down, Caroline. We're getting off track. Well, at any rate, we've determined that hamburgers are incapable of conveying the majesty of space. While the toy spaceship helped to soften the blow, there's no denying the truth. Now we will formally acknowledge the completion of your task. Here is your reward. You better work just as hard next time. We know about all sorts of locations that would aid your rehabilitation.
So that's how I increase their
I'm still taken aback by the truth.
confidant.
Your world is absolutely full of these shop places. For a reasonable fee, nearly every desire can be fulfilled, all as if it were nothing. That does sound interesting. I believe it may merit further research. Anyways, good work, inmate. Your final task for the day is to escort us back to the Velvet Room.
So that's how I increase the confidence level with the twins. I do their special tasks.
Hey! Nope.
Or wherever they want to go.
I was thinking you might not show.
So, whose heart do you want us to change?
A mafia boss.
Mafia?
Oh.
What are you talking about?
That's what they call themselves. This group seems to be the cause of the rise in phishing scams.
Oh, that makes sense.
What's worse, once you're in their sights, they won't stop threatening you until they get what they want. They'll force you to take part in their scams, threaten your family, and ultimately destroy your life.
Holy shit.
It appears that their victims include some of our students.
No!
They primarily target juveniles.
What's their boss's name?
Nobody knows. The victims are being threatened not to testify. So even the police can't get a grasp of the situation.
That's where you want us to start?
You should be able to pull it off. If you're really the righteous Phantom Thieves. Or is Akechi-kun correct when he says you act without justice?
Can't you say something witty back at her?
Something witty.
Why are you being so serious?
Their main hub of activity is in Shibuya. That's all the information I have. You have 2 weeks. Once that is passed, I'll submit all the evidence I have.
Okay, so we have to find the dungeon as
I
well.
hope you don't let me down.
She really had the upper hand in that exchange.
Don't let me down. Damn it, she was just bossing us around.
Come on, we should get in touch with Yusuke.
So I need to find something in Shibuya. I don't even have the dungeon and I have 2 weeks.
The student council president from Shujin Academy? Are you saying that Makoto was sticking her nose into this phantom thief business? That's not the issue here. Why would Makoto? Bringing up my sister to upset me, are you? It seems there's no limit to your duplicity. Fine. I'll listen to everything you have to say before I decide the truth of your statements.
I'm so mad.
The Mafia.
Can we really do this?
Either way, we have almost no information on our target. This guy's a crime boss, so I wouldn't be surprised if he had a palace. Still.
Isn't this a prime opportunity for us, though?
How? We're in huge trouble.
Even after we punished an evil man who seemed to be good, the public did not acknowledge us.
Maybe.
However, if we take down
But
an actual criminal,
I'm a bit
let alone
scared
target
this
the
might
police
change
don't
our
have answers
ending.
for.
Right. That might make people believe in us.
Because I was told by one of my friends that the best ending is that you can actually fail the ending. If you give up your party, it can fail the ending.
I get it. That means even Akechi'll have to acknowledge us as the Phantom Thieves. What do you say, leader? Hell yeah! We just gotta do what we always do.
That is why I don't give any names when I have the option to it.
Our time limit is 2 weeks, correct? We can't afford to waste too much time. I'll ask around Kosei and see if there are any victims.
Okay, I know some girls who go to Shibuya pretty often. I'll check with them about it.
Alright, and I'm gonna see what I can find on the net. That leaves our school up to you and Morgana. You figured out what to do during the whole Kamoshida thing, right?
I'll back you up.
Alright, let's get back together at the end of the week once we've got all our info. I'll get in touch with you guys later.
We're meeting in front of the school tomorrow, right? Don't worry. I'm sure we'll find something.
Could I have a moment? Well, I had a yearning to see the Sayuri. So if you're heading homeward, I'll accompany you.
Oh.
The Sayuri. It seems to suit this cafe quite well. I'm glad I chose to leave it here. I fear I have found myself in quite a horrible mess. To put it bluntly, I am in need of your assistance. Please, listen to what I must say. Throughout my artistic career, there have been moments I've struggled with particular motifs or techniques. However, each of those struggles did eventually fade. Yet now I find myself in a similar situation, but the more I try to escape it, the worse it becomes. It seems I am trapped in what we in the art world call a slump. Are you aware that I am attending Kosei on an art scholarship? Such coveted grants are not given as charity. I must continually achieve within my field to remain eligible. Were I to lose my scholarship, I would likely have no choice but to leave the school as well. In the earlier days of my career, I would exclusively paint what I desired when I desired it. The only goal I had in mind was the pursuit of pure beauty. That goal is what drove me onward. I wanted nothing more than to attain the lustrous allure of the Sayuri in my own work. Yet, what reason do I have now? Holding on to my scholarship? Keeping a roof over my head? Worldly desires are all that spur my brush to move, and the resulting work reflects such impurity of mind. To be honest, I am unsure as to whether I can even call myself an artist anymore. My apologies. It seems I got somewhat carried away there. But I simply cannot accept this lack of purpose in my work. That is why I'm so upset with my own indecision. Such vague ambition is, in essence, a sin of sorts. Though I suppose allowing my young career to come to an end here would be even more sinful. I only wish to create a work I can be genuinely proud of. Just look at the Sayuri. Her incandescent figure, alluring gaze. That is the meaning of pure beauty. Yet no matter how hard I try to replicate it, an elegance so sweet remains elusive to me. Why is that, you ask? It is surely because the painter behind the work differs. Because the soul differs. But, if my estimations are correct, the soul is nothing but another way to speak of the human heart. What then is the heart? How does it bring forth such beauty? I must understand.
That would be fun.
To be perfectly frank, though, I am unsure of how to do so. Would you be able to provide me assistance? You have already brought profound change to my world. Hence, I believe you, of all people, may be able to bring me closer to the truth. You would? Wonderful. At the moment, my art teacher has yet to notice any drastic changes in my work. But I cannot hide forever. Impurity of the heart will undoubtedly seep onto an artist's canvas eventually. I must go now. My curfew approaches. I look forward to speaking about this matter again.
Rain, huh?
So I checked online and people are talking about it all over. Now in my expert opinion, leader of class 2D is guilty. Leader-kun from our class? Wait, start at the beginning. What's he guilty of? Supposedly he's been spending money left and right recently. Said it's because of some great part-time job he got. I see. That may very well be worth looking into. Right? Can you try asking him about it? And I don't think he cautious around the girl. In that case, yeah, I don't mind giving it a try. Although I've rarely talked to Leader-kun before. I'll be counting on you to back me up if something happens. Thanks, that's a huge help. I'm hoping for some great things this time from Takamaki-san. World-class wonderful acting. Her amazing acting skills. Shut it. I hope this will get us even marginally closer to their so-called boss. I leave this leader to you two, and I have high hopes for your acting as well, Arn. You're both missing the point.
Hey!
Yeah. Let's go take a burger challenge. I still need to get my guts up.
Thank you very much. Now then.
I don't have the knowledge completed yet, though. But I will still increase my guts.
Now then. Oh man.
I have enough guts, but I don't have enough knowledge.
Wanna head back? Hey!
Yeah. Hey! And we got books. Yeah, let's start reading that. I bought all the books at the beginning of the stream. Just to make sure I had the books.
Hey, hey!
Because books are also a good way to increase stats. So I bought all the books I could in the bookshop. Every single book.
The rumors are pretty terrible.
Didn't think it had anything to do with me. There's even victims in my class. I know all about that. These guys supposedly come asking if you want an easy, high-paying job. But then if you say yes, you get dragged into some real shady stuff. The teachers, a student council, Crystal. Do something about it though. People are real worried. Oh, you're talking about that posting? I wonder if she was serious about that. I heard she knew about Kamoshida and the sexual harassment. She probably won't be too much help. That leader guy is here. I'll try and ask him about it. We're counting on you. Leave it to me. That level of motivation actually makes me a little more nervous. In any case, let us know if you learn anything.
Nijima-kun, what is going on here? Apparently the damage done by this so-called mafia has even reached our student body.
Well...
I thought this absurdity was nothing but a joke. Not only are there victims, there are even rumors that some are involved with such crimes. I've even received inquiries from their guardians. Why is this happening?
Unfortunately, I do not have the answer to that.
This is the greatest disgrace in the history of this academy. If it were to be discovered.
I wouldn't be the only delinquent.
This is a vital issue for the student council. Did I not ask you to resolve it?
I'm doing the best I can.
And I can trust you? You must do something about this at once. You're the only one who is reliable around here. Don't let me down. From what I've heard, even the other students are starting to be dissatisfied with you.
Is she gonna join me soon?
Our roles at this school. Do you understand?
I do. Please, just give me a little more time.
Kids these days.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. So I handed a bill over at the convenience store and they told me they don't take foreign currency. But what I gave them was a bona fide Japanese banknote. Don't tell me young people these days don't know who Hirobumi Ito is. I shudder to think that these will be the people shouldering Japan's economy. I hope you'll know your stuff. Here's a quiz just to make sure. Between imperial bills and coins, which one is issued by the government? Coins.
This is it. Exactly.
Imperial bills are printed by the bank. The coins are issued by the government. Originally, the government made both coins and paper money. However, with the ability to make as much money as they wanted, the economy fell into chaos. An independent organization, namely yeah, imagine.
Nice going!
Could I please get level 3 knowledge soon?
Hey! The air is so much. That's not good.
And so I really need some money right now. Can you tell me about this easy part-time job? I'm sure you know about it, Ida-kun. Please?
You don't need my help. A girl like you could probably get a job anywhere, right?
Huh? Now that you mention it, yes. So, what I mean is...
This is going south fast.
Oh, Francois!
Huh?
My cat Francois got run over by a car and also has an incurable illness. I need money fast.
That's not convincing at all. Is she talking about me?
If Francois were to die, I think I'd die too. Probably.
Come on, don't talk like that.
If you don't like it, then tell me about that easy part-time job. You know something, don't you? I've heard the rumors.
Rumors? Was it Nishiyama who...
Nishiyama?
Oh,
Hey, what was that about Nishiyama?
that's...
She actually got the momentum back. She's not acting anymore now, is she? Come on. Let's leave this guy to Lady Ann and go look for that Nishiyama fellow.
Yeah, but where is he? They're not good at giving
Do you
hints.
have a minute? You're looking for something, right? I want to help you out, so please ask me anything. Nishiyama? He usually hangs out with Ida. Oh, so you want to ask him about Ida? So that's why Takamaki-san was chasing him. I'm sorry, I don't know where he is right now. He usually stays till late, so I think he's probably still somewhere in the school.
Yeah, but it's not like the school's that big, you know.
Keep digging around while you're looking for him.
Well, I guess we can let him handle this. We'll have to ask someone else about Nishiyama's whereabouts. Can you think of anyone who might know?
Maybe...
Ha! Student council is on edge. Hurry up. Do you have anything? Nishiyama, you're looking for him. He's a really serious student with great. I always see him around the library. Maybe it's just okay. So the library. I knew it would be the right person. It's nothing. I was just looking at the bulletin. How's the investigation going? I don't believe there's much time left at this point. Do you have any info?
Actually...
Anyway, this is a very important matter for our school. Hope you can return with good news. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise as long as you uphold your end of the bargain. But you're not being very helpful. Where is he? There he is.
Nishiyama? That's me.
Found him.
You're that transfer student, right? You need something? Job? Are you talking about that one time? I don't know. I said I didn't want to do it. That's something Ida... Wait. Are you doing something, Em? He's been acting really strange lately. Oh, what do you mean? Is he really wrapped up in something shady? One day, the two of us went to Shibuya, and a man approached us over near Central Street. He asked if we were interested in an easy part-time job.
I think I talked to that guy before.
I said I wasn't, but Ida was into it. He was asking the guy all sorts of questions. I don't know. I was so scared, I ended up going home alone. But according to Ida, it only takes 10 minutes, and is good for people who don't stand out. Ida started spending a lot of money. That's when his strange behavior began too. But that's all I know. That's enough, right?
A man on Central Street, huh? That is suspicious. Maybe he was making him commit crimes?
I think I've talked to that guy before. Earlier in the game. Have you found anything out yet? I might have... I've tried looking into some high-paying part-time jobs myself. People seem to be talking about it here as well. Supposedly a man will talk to you broad daylight in Central Street, and your job is to deliver a small envelope he hands you. Well, I will contact you again if I learn more.
That means this part-time job is somehow crime-related. It takes 10 minutes, is good for people who don't stand out, and involves a small envelope. Does that ring any bells? It's something the Mafia would definitely be up to. The Mafia are apparently behind all those scams. Maybe they're delivering the money from those? But it's in a small envelope. I doubt big stacks of cash would fit in there. Any other ideas? Like illegal drugs? Maybe they made Ida smuggle drugs for them. That definitely fits with the small envelope. And you can get arrested just for possession.
Did you meet Nishima? Well, I looked into Ida on my own anyway. Rumor has it he's involved in some kind of suspicious part-time job. That job's apparently totally insane. Something about the trafficking drugs, I think. I hear they ask you to take part in it down on Central Street in broad daylight even.
So he is smuggling. This won't be pretty.
Yeah, definitely. That's it. It's not criminal at all, it's just a love letter. I'm just gonna be right back. Bathroom break. There we go. So he's smuggling. This won't be pretty.
let's go back to Lady Ann. We'll ask Ida directly.
Okay, so we're getting some info now.
What do you think? Now that you mention it.
Yes, I know.
Please tell me about the job, or else my beloved Francois.
She's still doing that? All right, take over for her.
Come on, you two? I already told you I don't know. You did? Bastard! Damn it! Shit. Well, if you already know about it, fine. I don't want to talk about it here. Let's go somewhere a little quieter.
What's up with you? Especially in front of everyone. Yeah, I got a job. So what? Isn't that normal? What are you getting at? How did you... I've only told one person about that. All people. I can't believe you were the one to find out. You're right. They told me they had an easy part-time job for me, and I ended up smuggling drugs. All I had to do was put envelopes into coin lockers, and they said they'd give me a hefty paycheck. I didn't know what was in the envelopes, though. Still, this is what came out of it. So you knew, huh? They started threatening me right after they deposited the money into my bank account. They had pictures of me carrying the goods. Said they'd expose what I did unless I paid them off. You know? Why are you even asking me this stuff? Are you just gonna use my job to blackmail me too? I see. Well, even if you were planning on doing that, I don't have any money I could give you. If you're really interested in that job, try heading over to Central Street. That's where they told me about it. I told you everything you want to know, right? Can I go? Well then.
Okay, so we have a location now. How did it go? Did Hans acting help at all? I'm thinking probably not. It went perfectly, I think. More importantly, were you able to find anything? So they asked you to deliver drugs. That's serious. I just searched for Shibuya drugs and got tons of hits too. So they are making people traffic drugs and then threatening them. That must be what I heard people talking about in Shibuya. They seem to be going about this quite openly during daytime. Not bold methodology. I wouldn't imagine they would do it at night. I wonder why. I would have imagined they would do it at night. I wonder why they chose the day. They need to blend in. I see. Yes, more students will be out during the day, while the police will be more cautious at night. Usually, you're over in Shibuya right now, right? Do you see anyone like that there? Yeah, I'm at Central Street. It's tough to tell though. I mean, there are just way too many people. The goddamn rain's not helping out either. The sun will be setting soon. What should we do? Let's do this tomorrow. Yeah, that seems like our only choice now. We can split up and search separately then. In any case, we have some new intel. Let's call that progress for staying. Whoever asks us to take on that job should know who their boss is too. Alright, I'll get in touch with you guys later tonight, and we can come up with a plan. Never get many customers when it rains. The cash register is gonna run dry at this rate. We have to find them tomorrow for sure. This is the only lead we have right now. Yes, it is highly likely that this part-time solicitor is somehow related to the Mafia. If we tail him, he may lead us straight back to his boss. He talked to Lida and Nishima over at Silk Street, right? Indeed, it seems that is where our target waits. But then, who should be the one to go? Leave it to me. Yeah, that's probably the best idea. I don't stand out too much. I'll take that as a compliment. I have no objections. We'll leave this to you. Tricking people and using that as blackmail, these bastards are true cowards. It's kind of scary to think people like that are all around us in the city. Well guys, we gotta brace ourselves. We're up against a serious criminal here. I can do like all kinds of housework, you know. If you have any requests.
Oh! Hi!
This is Becky. Thanks for calling me on this rainy day. Oh, hold on, it's you. I barely get any customers on rainy days. As long as you request me, I'll do your housework for just 5,000 yen.
Hey!
Yeah, let's do it. I might not get a boost yet.
Then I'll head over.
Just clean up your room and wait for me. Kawakami cleaned my room. She seems to be thankful that I requested her. I feel like my bond with Kawakami will grow stronger soon.
Thank you for using our service.
So humid.
It's so stuffy in this bag. Now for today's train news, today's headlines are: shitty drug deals in Shibuya is the same organization behind both this and the extortions. Alongside the phishing scams that have been on the rise, this may be their source of funding. Restaurant factory fire. A worker from the restaurant giant Anaruya was arrested for arson. Though he admits to the charges, he claims to not know why he did it. This industry is raising eyebrows. Oh yeah, something weird happened in the food service before, right? Some employee cooking naked. With all these extortions and scams, this world's really messed up.
I don't get it.
I saw Nishima argue with the principal about the Mafia or something. What was that all about? I hear her older sister's involved with the investigation. Maybe she's just trying to play detective too. Are you kidding me? I can't handle a student council president with no focus.
Okay, we're all here.
There sure are a lot of high schoolers during the day. They must be targeting them somehow.
I feel like one of our characters is more stylish than the rest. Yusuke is definitely more stylish than the rest of them.
Finding the specifics may be difficult. With such a crowd, the odds are against us.
What do you think, Steven?
Right, we're gonna grab him by the tail.
You should head over to Central Street, like we planned yesterday.
Sweet, let's get going. Let me know if you find any shady people.
Alright, let's go. Just as we planned. We might end up running into the Mafia. Be ready for anything.
Hello.
Hey, aren't you interested in all the hottest brand names? We're having a special sale just over there. How about you go take a peek?
We ordered way too much, so I have a ton left over. My boss will kill me if I go back to him with all these extras. Look, I'll sell them to you for cheap. What do you say?
What should we do? It depends on the price, wouldn't you say?
Hey, what about you? These are unforgettable deals. Well, that's disappointing. Come back if you change your mind.
Come on, the shop's right around here. How about you come take a look?
Seems like some kind of sale. You probably shouldn't bother.
There's a guy. Sometimes I see him in the alley across the way. I don't think he's there today. Might be near the station.
I see.
President's here. I walked past her at the station. She's keeping an eye on us. Maybe, I guess she's curious about all of this. Well, let's just ignore her if she's not getting in our way. More importantly, how are things on your end? Nothing so far. I'm going to try staking out the underground walkway. But I'll check out the underground line.
Everyone's really going about this seriously. They're definitely worthy of being Phantom Thieves. We can't fall behind either.
How did she get here so fast? Oh, I got to Shibuya just fine. there was a homeless guy out where we were supposed to meet. Had to run away from him. Yeah, when you go down the stairs and out of the jail gate, I'm in the square right now. I was so afraid. He was sitting by the wall here. Hey, I was on a message board the other day and I came across this. Bill wanted 10,000 at HQ. Is that code or something? It seems a little suspicious. Yeah, a lot of people are having weird conversations like that online. So, that's you. Where's the homeless man?
Oh.
So we're going underground now. Jesus. Oh, I see it. What's with the scary look on your face? You have something to say to me, just say it. Part-time job? You're not talking about some ordinary job, huh? Take my advice, don't do it. They'll squeeze every last penny out of you with threats and extortions. Some of my friends have fallen victim to their schemes. The mafia is evil, I tell you. How do I meet them? They'll come to you eventually if you walk around this area. Around now. Just so you know who to avoid, I'll teach you how to tell them apart from normal people. They use some weird phrases, code words, you know. That's how they communicate with each other. Anyways, watch out if you hear any of that stuff. They'll try to come for you even during the day. They're relentless when it comes to targeting teens. How's it going? Have you found anything? Maybe a little. Ah, so you've crashed something already. Has to be expected of someone like you. Why don't we just go over the intel we've gathered so far? I'll start. Supposedly some guy near the accessway talking about some kind of strong drugs. Not counting on anything, but I'll go check it out. As for me, I heard about someone soliciting a high-paying job in the station plaza. Apparently, they are mostly targeting girls. I'll go see what it's about. On my end, I heard there are people saying strange things in the back alley near the arcade. Something about ice and vegetables, and something about snow tomorrow. I will go observe just in case. The arcade is on Central Street, correct?
Alright. We should do what we can to help them out. I have no idea which of these leads are real. Try going to the most suspicious sounding place.
And what is that? Okay, so we start from the beginning here. $500,000 for just one video. You may even get more if you're popular. Huh? You want to be in one of our videos? I guess I can't say there's no demand, but our company only hires girls.
Hey!
Be in a video? What kind of job is that? So I guess that doesn't have anything to do with the drugs. It must not be him. Well, I don't think we can get some new information out of him since we already talked to him. Maybe it's like some kind of lingo. Either way, it doesn't. Right now, I'm just checking out the places that I have on the. Ah.
Sorry.
What was it again? Back alley. Simply wondering where the arcade is. I'll be going now. Arcade? You're a high school student, aren't you? Better not be looking for trouble. All kinds of shady activity happening here. What are you talking about? It's nothing more than a place we go to play games. My shift's finally over. I feel awful. I drank shit ton. Maybe I should find a new job. You know, the opportunity for making money quick. I mean, like those sneaky guys, the back alleys. You probably had to swindle some kids. God, I could never be a pusher who wants to get arrested. Do you have anything new? There's nothing here. Get to the back alley. But I already was there. There was nothing.
Man.
This has to be the back alley. Oh, I found something.
Hello? Have you made any progress toward finding the boss? Well, you aren't wrong about that.
Hey, you two got some time? I have a great job for you.
There we go.
It's real easy. Guess you could call it a delivery job.
It seems we didn't have to look very hard in the end.
You're high schoolers, yeah? Don't you want something more than just your allowances?
By delivery, do you mean that of suspicious materials?
Huh, you're a funny girl.
So, you won't answer me. Then I was right.
Huh? What's up with you anyways? Why are you asking all these questions, huh?
Oh,
It was all a joke. Why would I get worked up over some dumb kids? Anyways, I can't hang. See ya.
if you don't want to deal with us, we could always go see your boss ourselves.
You really gonna say that knowing who he is? No way I believe that. Well, I'm out of here. You guys are annoying me.
I'm pretty sure he's part of the Mafia we're looking for. I think we should get some proof before we do that. I
No.
tried to trick him into saying something, but he dodged all the traps I was laying down. By the way, thanks for standing up for me.
I'm going to go now. That boss seems tricky. And it looks like he taught his subordinates well, too. No wonder the police are having trouble catching him. Anyway, you have some serious guts. You didn't back down at all against that hooligan.
Exactly.
Though we still didn't end up with any new information. Let's stop here for today.
How about it? Wanna meet up? Let's do it. Do you think it's safe though? We did ask a ton of people, so there's a chance we're getting followed. Just to be safe, we should refrain from doing anything to make ourselves stand out. The sun will be setting soon, so we should disband for today and report our findings tomorrow. Why don't we meet at the karaoke tomorrow? We can talk in private and it'll be cheap after school. Ah, that must be what they call hustle hour. Dude, it's muscle hour. Wait, is that wrong too? Hello, happy hour. Muscle hour just sounds sweaty. Anyways, see you guys at the karaoke tomorrow. Oh.
It's an unknown number.
Hello, this is Nijima. Makoto Nijima.
Hey.
Thanks for earlier. I dug it up. I realize I'm apologizing after the fact, but...
Muscle hour. That's something for the gym, I think.
It just didn't feel right keeping it from you, so that's all. Bye.
You talking to a woman? I heard her voice. Speaking of, some girl called looking for you around noon. Said she's the class president. Said she's got something that belongs to you. She seemed to know you, so I gave her your number.
She must have looked up LeBlanc's address trying to contact you. That Nijima sure is thorough. Then again, she called you just to apologize. It's a bit weird, but maybe she's not so bad after all.
She will become a party member. I'm already calling it.
I've got a good idea.
Maybe. Not sure.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Time to watch a movie.
The hell is this? How the hell are the dead running about?
Have you been bitten? Show me your arms. You haven't been scratched or bitten, have you?
For real?
More guts.
Well then.
I need to get my guts up. That is the most important thing right now.
So, we meet again. But my, what murky weather we're having. Speaking of murky, there haven't been any new developments in the Phantom Thief incidents. If they go so far as using calling cards to get attention, I doubt Madarame's case will be the last. What kind of target will they choose next? What do... The Phantom Thieves only target criminals, huh? Is that really true? Supposing it is, there are plenty of villains in the world. How do they choose who to go after? Oh, sorry. I'm getting lost in my own head. I have to stay on top of any Phantom Thieves' activity due to what I said on the air. If you hear any rumors at school, I hope you can let me know.
Give me a seat. No seat.
Aw, for real? We didn't get anything?
God, they suck.
We're going nowhere with this. Hey, can't we ask Miss President to change it up?
You mean change our target?
Just gotta show our justice to satisfy her, right? There are tons of shitty adults in this world. It's not like it matters who we're going after. She says this is for the students, but I bet it's just so she can go brag about it on college apps.
What do you mean fake names?
But that
Oh,
mafia is stealing
to
money from kids.
Akichi.
We can't just accept that. It doesn't matter who the target came from anymore.
On's right. We want to give courage to the weak. Isn't this the perfect target to accomplish that goal? They really have no time.
Yeah, exactly.
Never thought it'd be this noisy if you weren't singing.
They really have no talent.
Anyways, I'm sure we'll shut Akechi up if we pull this off, but...
That's exactly why we should do it.
It all comes down to intel in the end. If we don't start finding tips on that front, we'll never get any further than this.
There has to be someone who has what we need.
Someone think for me.
Yeah, no way we just happen to know someone who'd...
Wait, that journalist!
Oh yeah.
You mean the woman who was staking out Madarame's house?
Oh yeah, I completely forgot about her! Didn't she give you her card?
This is for a rather major publication.
Think we can trust her?
There's no other way.
Okay, let's contact her. Oh, yes. Thank you. He says our time's up. Should we extend it?
Happy hour's over, yeah? Come on, let's just go.
How wasteful.
Anyways, guess we just gotta wait for that journalist to email us back. Let us know ASAP when she responds. Got it?
How wasteful.
Hey.
Yeah, let's do it. We need to get her up as soon as possible.
Master!
Did you enjoy maid's cooking and together with the maid service I provided today? The high-end cup noodles really do make a difference, don't they? Yeah. Well, I guess I'm in no position to complain since I'm making money from it. In a faction meeting just the other day, why do they have to last so long?
Jeez.
Thanks to the Phantom Thieves, the students have been really restless lately. Teachers can't agree on what to do about them or the Phantom Thieves. I wish they'd talk more about our bonus instead. I heard they might even cut the teachers' salaries. I'm so sick of it. There we go. Triple. I continue to serve you all my might, Master. I'm going to be in trouble if I don't pick up more shifts.
What?
That's true. Sure. Yes, I understand. Yes, it's my responsibility after all. Did you hear that? My little sister's behind medical bills. Missing incurable disease, so there's a lot of fees and extra charges. That's why it really helps if you request me more. Huh. Housekeeping. Allow you to request Kawakami to brew coffee or do laundry for you.
All right.
So this is what they mean with saving time.
Good night.
What's your idea, Steven? Oh, this master, thank you for using our services today. Wasn't my meal so delicious? Could you taste all the love I put into it? But you can't just eat cup noodles, right? You need a balanced nutrients. Maybe next time try some of my homemade cooking instead. So yeah, I can save time with her now.
Makoto?
I received a call from your school today. They were asking if you made a lifestyle change lately. I gave them a suitable enough answer, but is there some kind of issue at school? No, it's nothing. I'm sorry for worrying you.
Hey.
You've been coming home late these days. I doubt you would do such a thing. Being wrapped up in all into shady deals, blackmailed into sex work. I've heard rumors about that as well. People have been mentioning it at school. But that's my job to eat a lot, eh? These aren't mere rumors. I know of a few such cases. Well, it should be nothing for you to worry about. Just concentrate on your studies for now. Well, I don't actually know how it works because I just got the system. But she can do laundry, so she can actually wash the clothes I have, the sooty clothes. Oh, did that reporter get in touch with you? You only just emailed her the other day. Why are you so hasty? I don't know. I've been looking for info, but I can't find a damn thing. We only got 2 weeks left, man. We're in a hurry. To be more precise, it's 10 days. We ain't gonna have much time, even if we start right after she responds. Looks like this battle will have to be a quick one then. We must also consider what we do in case she fails to respond entirely. Hey, don't jinx this. I'm merely discussing all the possible outcomes. Ain't you nervous about this? Nervousness will not help us solve anything at this point. Were that the solution to our problems, I would be much quicker to turn to panic. Wow, he's like some kind of philosopher. I think he's just an idiot.
Nijima-senpai, aren't you going to help me? You said you would keep it a secret, but rumors have started getting out. Wait, you didn't leak that information, did you?
Calm down. They're still targeting you?
Even that delinquent found out. He might try and threaten me too. Why is this happening to me? I can't afford to keep paying.
I found some clues regarding your incident. I just need you to wait a bit longer.
You're really gonna help? Everyone thinks you're just doing it for a letter of recommendation.
That is not true. My goal here is to protect the students of this school.
And please hurry.
Can you give a name then?
Well then.
Sorry to bother you while expecting information from the journalist. However, do you remember that thread about that group of burglars in Shibuya? It seems the one who posted about it, his brother is a student at my school. So after some prodding, I was able to pry a few more details out of him. Oh right, I was actually wondering about that. Didn't sound like they had anything to do with the mafia we've been chasing. Indeed, now I was able to ascertain his brother's name. It's Kashiya Makigami. Dude, it's freaking crazy what someone involved in that shit goes to your school. Nice going, Yusuke. And you even found the name of the guy we're looking for. That was super awesome. All we gotta do now is go to members, punish him in winters. This burglar guy isn't gonna be near as scary as the mafia. We just plain dude, right? We'll show him what being a phantom thief is really about. It seems you never jumps then. We can further discuss details at hideout. Losada, how's it going, my friend? Just doing Persona, having fun. Yeah, I did. I finished that in the last stream. But it's been a while since I played Persona, so I want to stream that as well. So I called Nakaoka and Takeshi over here. I'm gonna tell him what that bastard Yamauchi is up to. What if they start fighting? With all your Nazi names. Probably didn't realize, but I recorded Yamauchi's whole convo. I got the Moncha shop. I'm a genius, I know. Anyways, I might need some backup here. Can you stick around? Steven, the end of what? Yeah, so did you, Lusana. Nako, what the hell are you guys gang up on me?
Nah.
Listen, this here is what really is going on with the track team. It'll be the rebirth of a team that found themselves in a depth of despair. Public would love it. But the best part is, not only are Takeshi's parents loaded, but his mother's president of PTA. Oh yeah, the Tamagotchi. You didn't see our secret Digimon. And the best part is, but until then, he can show the others the value of brilliance. This has to be a joke. Yamauchi said he'd make me the captain. Is this real? It's Yamauchi's voice, ain't it? On top of that, shit's gone down just like he said. Yamauchi's right. I don't have talent. I'm not like you guys. I ran so damn hard, but you two were always so far ahead. Which one? The one that the blonde has? Ryuji? How's a guy like me supposed to succeed? How am I supposed to be proud of myself? Proud? My dad always talks about how proud he is of his son. He told everyone I'd get a track scholarship like he did. That I'd follow in his footsteps as a second-generation Taisai grad. That's why I listened to Yamauchi. He said if I was the captain, he'd write me a great letter of record.
Come on, man.
So you trusted what he said, what he was saying about Nakaoka because of stupid crap like that? Shut up. What does a thug like you know? You couldn't know how I feel. Nobody does. Like hell I don't know. How long were we running together, huh? I went through all sorts of shit with you. Sakamoto. Who are you living your life for? Your parents, teachers, society? Maybe you should stop trying to live for them and just try living for yourself. You think you gotta betray people to be proud? Well, if that's seriously what you think, you're wrong.
Hey.
Nakaoka, you knew something was up with Yamauchi too, didn't you? I mean, the bastard's never been interested in track team before. You kept quiet. You knew he was walking all over you. You just let him do it? Yeah. I was afraid. Without Yamauchi, still wouldn't have a team. Or a place to belong.
I see.
Yeah. You miss running that bad? You know, it ain't so scary not having a place to belong, place you belong. You kind of be free that way. If anything, I'm more scared of being a crappy person. I mean, I used to be like you guys, afraid, lying to myself. That is before I met this dude. Don't want to insult you guys or nothing, but I know you're probably real pissed about all of this. So, if you want to hit me or something, go ahead, I'm ready. In that case, if you insist... Huh? You really doing it? You said it was okay, right? Wait, hold on! Ow, did you really have to keep swinging so hard? I'm actually starting to feel a little better already. Me too. I think I can finally put all of this behind me. Nakaoka, I'm sorry. I'm sorry too. So, you wanna bring back the track team? Hell yeah. You saw that, right? That was some serious violence. Things turned out the best. Ah man, I've been taking good care of this face, and look at what ended up happening to it.
Well,
either way, they're probably feeling way better now. I think they're gonna be just fine together. Thanks. All I did was watch. You're telling me you just sat around while I got my ass beat? For real though, you were a big help. You were pushing me to be cool that whole time. It's kinda like I was doing a sprint and you were running next to me. But I was just standing here. That ain't what I meant. It was like one of them metaphor things. Of course, you weren't actually running, dude. rank 8.
All right. All right then, let's go. See ya.
So yeah, I'm very close to maxing me out. Only 2 more levels. Oh, it's me. Thanks for the help today. Ah man, my jaw's still kind of messed up. It's a good kind of pain, you know? Like, just after a workout. They're gonna have to handle the rest, but I think they'll make the right call. Seeing them having a real heart-to-heart talk, they got a good team. Yeah, I know, right? And all it took was ruining my pretty face. If this doesn't work out, then shit, I got punched for no reason. Man, if those guys are really gonna go for this, I gotta step up my own game. Gotta up my pace, so you better be ready for it. Hey, later. Journalist responded to me.
The Crossroads bar. This is from that journalist, right? She wants to meet you there now? Looks like this Crossroads place is in Shinjuku. A meetup in Shinjuku. That's the spirit. Try not to freak out just because Shinjuku's the nightlife district, okay? You should send everyone a message and let them know what you're up to.
Shinjuku at night, eh? That sounds rather dangerous. Where should we meet up? Stand by, Anne. It'll be easier to move around with less of us. My apologies. I don't have the money to take the train there. And you're on standby too. Me and Cyril will go, okay? Got it. If Cyril's going, I guess there's no need to worry. We'll leave it to you then. Well, I guess that's that. Let's meet up in Shibuya. Be careful, you two. I shall be sure to save money for the situations like this from now on.
Wait, are you gonna go in your school uniform? It would be bad for you to stand out. You should change before you go.
Going undercover.
You're in your uniform?
Huh? No choice. I didn't have the time to go home. People aren't gonna notice anyways with this t-shirt over it.
That's not the issue! Are you both idiots? I'm just saying now, I won't be to blame when you get caught by the cops.
Don't worry about it. That place ain't so different from Shibuya. Come on, I'll guide you. If we're going to Shinjuku, we should probably hop on the JL. Just get out of this building, and then the ticket gate should be on the right. It's go time.
Is this really going to be okay?
You won't believe what I heard.
What way am I going?
How disappointing.
Nah.
Hey, stop it.
Do something about it.
Oh, I can use camera again.
You won't believe what I heard.
Yeah, sure. We don't have a lot of viewers though, so...
right.
Hey!
If he's still alive when I end, you know this is gonna take longer than usual streams.
Hey!
Whoa!
Bus bar right up ahead, I'm pretty sure.
Hey!
You have a moment? Are you a student? You shouldn't be out this late.
Oh yeah, we're adults, you see?
Hmm? Are you a friend of his? Wait a second. I've seen the pattern on those pants before. Maybe on the news. Oh yeah. It was on that segment about the teacher who was harassing kids. Is that a school uniform?
Shit.
You kids have got to be high schoolers. Come with me.
Shoot! This is why I said uniforms were a bad idea! Let's run!
How much longer until we get there?
Hey, it ain't our fault we had to deal with that detour. Our school's getting real famous.
Excuse me? For the blonde one, I can sense impending woman troubles. Or perhaps it's something else. In any case, horrible disaster is coming for you. Please, let me examine your future further.
What? Me?
Yes, I suggest you get your fortune told. What I say will surely come to pass.
More of this shit? Sorry, but we're in a hurry. And I don't really believe in that stuff anyways.
I see. My apologies. However, if you change your mind, I'll be waiting here in this spot at night. May your fortunes be well.
This is probably also a confidant in the future, the fortune. The fortune confidant.
That's amazing if it's true.
Yep.
Whoa, man. We ain't old enough to hang out here. You sure this is the place?
Beer, whiskey, wine. Looks like nighttime is bar time.
Going in our uniforms is probably a bad idea. We got caught last time, too. I came all the way to Shinjuku and can't even go in?
Potato.
Fine. I'll kill time somewhere nearby. Just let me know when you're done.
What do you mean he's a potato?
Welcome. How old are you, boy?
Sorry, Lala-chan. He's with me.
Ooh, you picked up a real young one this time. Just don't let a minor drink alcohol, okay?
Lala-chan, I'm gonna borrow the seats in the back. Go
Yes.
on back there. I'll treat you to some water.
Ah, she reeks of booze.
What a surprise! I thought you were joking, yet here you are. I respect that bravery, so I'll listen to what you have to say. Well, what do you want to know? Oh. Why that? Well, I do happen to know something about that. I could tell you, but...
Oh my god.
Do you know the Phantom Thieves of Hearts? You know, that case the public has been focused on lately. I was pursuing the issue of people randomly entering into a shutdown state, but I'm lacking.
That's a nice emote. Yeah, it's very nice.
That's why I'm currently looking for new material to write about. So, do you have any info on these phantom thieves? Something like that. You're a Shujin kid, right? I remember you wearing their uniform the last time we met. I thought maybe you might have some insider knowledge on the Phantom Thieves because of it. Their first incident was that of Kamoshida, you know? Ideally, I'd like to get some exclusive coverage from a student who suffered Kamoshida's abuse. I would love an introduction if you know of someone who fits the bill. Seems both you and I can't really do our stuff out in the open, so what do you say?
A student who suffered from abuse.
Mishima.
Oh, what about that Mishima guy? He always seems to be on the side of the Phantom Thieves.
It's a deal then! Send me your friend's contact info later.
You'd better be thankful. My quick wit is the only reason we're getting this far.
Now that I think about it, those mental shutdowns and the Phantom Thieves both seem supernatural. Could they be related? Or am I just hoping for a coincidence? Oh, sorry. I have a tendency to talk to myself on occasion. Well then, you can't exactly consider this an upfront payment, but... Junya Kaneshiro.
Yeah, we got a name.
I think he's probably the guy you're looking for.
We got the name.
Yes! You should check him out further if you're curious. But I'm not responsible for what happens next. Lala-chan, can I get a refill for this kid? We need to make a toast to our new acquaintance.
It'll be a problem if you stay too long. You should leave right after you finish your water.
But we got a name.
Yes!
Or would that be considered public speaking?
So we just have to go back the way we came, huh? Alright, let's go.
Hey! For real?
Hey!
But yeah, Steven is amazing with emotes. He's a great artist.
All right.
Wait!
Dude.
Oh, Hill had nothing to do with it, honey. I'm angel straight out of heaven. Oh my god. No, it's some drags trying to get with the Ryuji.
Wanna head back?
So we're just leaving Ryuji. He's...
We're pretty much already in Kanashiro's palace. That was surprisingly easy.
I wonder how Ryuji will look next time. He knows nothing. This one.
Yeah. Make sure you close up.
What are your thoughts?
Come on, let me get my knowledge up already. Knowledge takes forever to increase.
I can't believe you guys ditched me yesterday. I almost entered a world I want nothing to do with.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Just start it up, Yusuke.
Okay, I entered Kanashiro's name into the nav. And just as expected, it's a hit.
All we need now are the two other keywords. What he thinks of as his palace, and where it is.
Oh god. Can you? Just... Oh, come on. Where's my mouse? There we go. Yeah, it was because there was an update for the thing I'm using for the 4K capture. So I needed to try to move that because I can't see my mouse over the capture thing when I'm in full screen. What's up, Lozada? All we need now is to tune what he thinks of Estes Palace and where it is.
But we don't have any clues other than people falling victim around here.
Nice.
We'll just have to try whatever keywords we can come up with.
Oh, that's gonna be impossible. How many buildings do you think there are in Shibuya?
No, I didn't hear that, Steven. When is he planning on streaming again?
No complaining.
If we can figure out what the palace is, we may be able to guess where.
That's
it is by
awesome, Rosada.
association.
It's probably somewhere he's got complete control over. Maybe a garden?
No candidates found.
He likes money, so what about a money bath? I've seen people online with things like that.
No candidates found.
No, not even close. How about it? Can you think of anything? I see.
Candidates found.
Okay, that's a hit. So, he thinks of somewhere in this city as his own bank.
I thought it'd be something less realistic. That's all it is, huh?
Now,
Nailed it.
what location would Kaneshiro think of as his bank?
If we're talking about a place where he keeps his cash, maybe his own hideout?
How about a real bank?
His cognition wouldn't be distorted in that case.
Damn it, we ain't getting anywhere.
This may be difficult to explain, but doesn't it seem we're thinking a little too inside the box?
Oh, that's cool.
Palaces emanate a passionate madness. It feels as though we're missing that aspect.
The hell are you talking about?
This palace is a bank for someone who extorts money with criminal acts. It's something more.
But what other ways can we think about it? Oh, could it mean a place you withdraw money?
Hold on. Do you think it might have something to do with the victims?
Next week, but since I'm so close. Yeah, depending on how much you're gonna struggle with the final boss. And that's really cool, Steven.
He's taking money from his victims' wallets, right? That means his bank is wherever they are.
That's terrible. But you may just be right.
Oh, come on! How many people do you think Kaneshiro's taken advantage of in all of Shibuya?
Results found.
Wait a second. I have a hit.
Huh? Oh, wait, what? Did I say something right?
The place that Kaneshiro thinks of as a bank is all of Shibuya.
Oh jeez, this is gonna be a big one.
What? Like, the entire city?
I see.
On?
That's certainly where his victims are. It turns.
But wait, is it okay for us to go into the palace right out of a crowd like this?
Yeah, she's nice.
Nobody notices if a piece of trash disappears from a trash can. This ain't any different.
In that case, let's go.
Beginning navigation.
So let's see who this new character we get is.
What are those?
Walking ATMs. That must be his cognition of people.
Walking ATMs.
So this is what Kaneshiro considers a bank.
I never thought it would be the entire district. Look around us. The distortion is affecting the whole of Shibuya.
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, that's right. Even when we were in the castle and the museum, the city outside looked normal.
He sees everyone in Shibuya as his patron.
No surprise for a mafia boss.
It's best we focus on finding Kanashiro's location and stealing his treasure as soon as possible.
Yeah, his hideout's gotta be somewhere around here. Let's go look for it.
But we haven't even seen the guy.
Okay, let's go.
In any case, let's look for a bank. There should be a huge one around here somewhere.
Hey,
Look at that person trembling over there. Do you think he's a victim? We should talk to him. These guys even have mouths? Excuse me, can we... please forgive me. I don't have any more, please, I'm telling you. Not even 1 yen.
Come on, man.
Oh, cool, we're not trying to mock you or anything. Please, I don't want to end up like the others. Were you assaulted? Eek! There's no doubt he's a victim. I'm not bullying him, I'm trying to get information. Need intel. But he can't even hold a goddamn conversation. Let's try someone else. So I can't go back there.
Joker.
It's just filled with money.
Perhaps.
Are those?
no.
This is terrible. All of these are real people, right? This is effed up. Huh? Yeah, exactly. I don't think we can walk to any of these ones here. Talk to them. Blech.
Damn it.
Are all these guys Kaneshiro's victims? That would appear to be the case, but there's nobody we can speak to, let alone a bank anywhere.
Joker.
Let's try checking out the station once more. We may have overlooked something important. Yeah, I think so. There we go, I can see again. Back to the station we go.
Wait.
Oh look, do you think that person's a victim too?
Hey.
Excuse me, can we have a word? We are... It's no use, it's all over. I'll end up just like them. What happened? Can't you tell? I've fallen so far. From a place where Kaneshiro leaves no tracks.
What do you mean?
What could that mean? You gotta tell us a little more then. I'm too tired. Please let me rest. Doesn't look like this one's going to say anything. Kaneshiro leaves no tracks. Does he mean that literally? Or could it be figuratively?
Hey.
Hey, why don't we go over all the intel we have now? They have apparently fallen quite far. Wait a second. They've fallen from a place where Kaneshiro doesn't leave any tracks. Could it be they were thrown down? somewhere high up? What you mean, like a skyscraper? There ain't any of those around, I don't think.
No.
Wait, what's that?
Is that it?
It's a spaceship. It's a spaceship.
Up in the air. No wonder we couldn't find it.
Kanashiro doesn't leave any tracks, huh? Figures it'd be floating.
So, how do we get up there? Can you turn into a helicopter, Morgana?
No, just a car.
You're useless! Come on! Don't you have some kind of secret gadget or something?
Shut it! I'm not some robot cat.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm not a cat at all.
This may be the limit of what we can do today.
We gotta find a way to get up there.
Let's think about it some more tomorrow, okay?
Alright, we should get out of here for now. Run for it!
So how do we get up there? Have a new message from Oya. Evening.
It's that woman who reeks of alcohol.
Free? Yeah. Alright. I have a bit of advice for you. It's about the Kaneshiro guy. He's more dangerous than I thought. The police haven't tracked him down, so I dug a little deeper. Turns out he has some real shady connections. I won't say any more than that, huh?
Shady connections.
He's not someone a teenager like you should mess with. You should really back off, okay? Well, that's really all I wanted to say. See ya.
Proving our justice isn't going to be easy. We'd better discuss this with everyone tomorrow.
Ah. Just when we find the palace, it's all the way up in the sky. What a pain. I'm sure the police are tired of this guy too.
Well then.
That reminds me, the home shopping program is airing tonight. Wanna check out the TV? First of all, I want to save. There we go. Ow. Can I actually call her?
Hey!
Oh. Let's see what she can do.
Yep.
Make sure you close up.
Hi!
Oh! What do you want to do? Wow!
So yeah, she's making coffee in the background while I study.
I've been thinking lately. About those phantom thieves, I mean. If Dad were still alive... Sorry, I shouldn't bring this up while we're eating.
It's okay. Keep going.
I just wonder if he would have been on their side. That's all.
The only reason you have time to think about that is because you depend on someone else.
That's not...
Wow.
You don't have to do a single thing, and you're provided with food, clothes, a home.
Oh my god.
I've had no time to think on such ridiculous thoughts.
No wonder she decided to turn.
Would Dad have been happy with them? I don't care. He died upholding some lofty sense of righteousness, leaving all his responsibilities on us.
All I was trying to say was...
Isn't it about time you grew up and acknowledged our situation?
Oh my god.
Right now, you're useless to me. All you do is eat away at my life.
Holy Christ. No wonder she's gonna turn to us.
Sorry, that was uncalled for. I'm just... really tired. I'll be eating dinner out from tomorrow on.
That's a great sister.
I just remembered.
I've been seeing a lot of shows on TV lately about these Phantom Thieves' hearts. Just wonder why bother stealing hearts? You can't do anything with them. They have no monetary value either. If I were them, I would go for something with concrete, clear value like gold. Speaking of, there's another kind of metal that's very valuable in its own way. They're called minor metals, and they're used in many electronics. In fact, most of you probably have some on your person right now, in your pockets, in your purses.
Give me an answer.
Yeah. Give me one example of something most of you have that contains minor metals.
Hey, wait!
The dinosaur is panicking. Be a good guy and help her out.
Hey, this doesn't look good!
Something that uses minor metals, all of us. Now I've got lipstick, my smartphone, mascara. What do you think? One of them has minor metal in this. Smartphone. My smartphone. Oh yeah, she said something about electronics, right?
I'm finished.
So the answer must be smartphone. My smartphone.
Correct.
A lot of minor metals are excavated in China. Some countries simply produce more than others. 90% of minor metals used in Japan are imported. But a lot of the recyclable trash we throw away contains minor metals too. In other words, a junkyard is more valuable than someone else's heart.
Thanks! Nice going!
Was that a rank up? Oh. Oh, got charm up.
We ain't got nothing.
Are we out of luck?
It's no fair his palace is up in the sky.
If only we could contact the real Kanashiro. Hmm?
What do you want?
Nothing in particular. I just saw you all together here.
Huh, that's so.
You seem to be having quite a bit of trouble.
So you're here to check up on us? You may be the student council president, but when it comes to what we do, you're useless.
Useless?
Right now, you're useless to me. All you do is eat away at my life.
I feel like she's becoming a party member.
Yes.
Just stay on your high horse and watch. Or do you want to eavesdrop since you're so good at it?
So you wish to get in contact with Kanashiro?
Huh.
That is what you were just discussing, weren't you? It seemed you just needed to find out where he is.
Hey, you don't gotta answer her honestly.
So you're just the good girl type to push over.
Right now, you're useless to me.
I'm not.
Yeah, so she is gonna join us.
What was that?
Fine. I'll help you meet Kanashiro.
What exactly is she planning on doing?
She had a dead serious look in her eyes.
Yeah, but it's not like we're just gonna sprout wings, you know.
Does this mean she has an idea as to where Kanashiro may be?
I highly doubt that.
I didn't like her stern face.
What is up with her?
There are way too many people here.
We're never gonna find her.
Hello? It's me, Makoto Nijima. Just stay on the phone and listen. Make sure you record the call as well.
Huh? Who is it?
Do you guys know Kanashiro?
What? That idiot! What's she doing?
I heard I could find someone named Kanashiro if I came to Central Street.
Central Street!
She's being too rash.
What are you getting at?
He's blackmailing the students of Shujin Academy, is he not? Tell him if he doesn't want me talking to the police about it, he better agree to meet with me.
You got a death wish or something?
He says he'll meet you. Get in.
You better be taking me to Kanashiro.
He said get the fuck in!
Hey, wasn't that...
It's the guys that messed with us the other day. So they were connected to Kanashiro.
Is she still on?
Contact Kanashiro-san. Tell him we got a good one.
Where are we going?
Yeah, I guess we can't do anything to her if she's Kanashiro-san's customer.
Hey, I asked a question here. Where are we going?
We gotta go after them!
Ryuji, get a taxi. I'll... Okay, I've got their license plate. Sketching skills will come in handy.
That was fast. It's like... License plate. That's it.
Shit, he ignored me! Damn it, I said stop!
Took him like 2 seconds to write down the entire license plate.
Ryuji! Hurry up and get in!
So, you're seriously the student council president of Shujin. You know what happens to anyone who snaps at me, don't you? So, whose number is this? Your boyfriend?
What in the world?
Who the fuck are you?
There we go.
Nijima-san. What the hell did you do to her?
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. You got followed, you dumb shits.
Holy moly!
That bag you saw the other day, the crocodile one, how much was it?
About 3 million.
For real?
Better thank those guys.
What?
I'm royally pissed right now. Can you tell? You know how spending money relieves stress? It's you goddamn brats sniffing around
It's all
like
good, Lozada.
dogs and barging in here
Have a
like
great
you own
evening.
the joint. See this empty space? I'm so pissed that now there's a 3 million yen gap here. It pisses me off even more if I don't fill it up. I'm a perfectionist.
I'll try.
So,
Depends on when you go live.
good luck.
What is that supposed to mean?
Come on, you all look so tense. I think I'll call it debauchery of minors at a club. So,
That's...
oh damn, I got booze and cigs in the shot. Maybe some drugs too. Ah, this is so hilarious.
Sleep well, my friend.
I feed on dumb shits like you. Understand, pretty little student council president. Now listen up. Run your mouth to the police, and I'll break all of you, starting with your families. I want to give you the usual month, but well, you have such a large group here. 3 weeks. Bring 3 million yen by then, no less. Summer bonuses are around the corner, you know. It'll be easy if you beg your mommies and daddies. Now get out of my sight. I'm about to have some fun.
What? To hell with that!
Don't bother with him. Makoto's safety is more important right now.
Okay, so we have 3 weeks now. Instead of 8 days.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to drag you in like this.
For real.
I was stupid.
I must agree. You should have easily imagined this happening.
Hey, Yusuke! I was so caught up in trying to be useful.
Alright, enough of the blame game. What's done is done.
I'm gonna cause trouble for Sis, too.
Sis?
My older sister has a commendable job, and she's a much more remarkable person than me. A lot happened after we lost our father 3 years ago. So it's just us living together. But I'm still a child, so all I am is a burden to her.
Yeah, she's definitely gonna be a Persona user.
And that's why you were so reckless?
Can you feel that energy, Steven?
I just wanted to be useful in some way to someone.
You know, I might not get your whole situation, but ain't it a bit off saying that you're useless to her?
It's the truth, though. In particular, I have to apologize for what happened to you. Now that I think on it, the truth about Kamoshida must have been covered up by the whole school. I had my suspicions, but I couldn't do anything about it. No, I didn't do anything. Had I cared enough, I could have done something.
But what will her persona be?
People like me must really be what others call scum of the earth.
Real scum wouldn't call themselves that.
Huh?
I'm the same. It's just like you said before. I was closest to Shiho, but I didn't do anything. Besides, Kamoshida's the one to blame. Shiho understands that, and I do too.
Takamaki-san.
You didn't have a place to belong either. Isn't that right?
She's just like us.
Me either?
We won't let anyone fall victim again.
But there's not really anything that's relatable to her physically, like there was with Yusuke with like the artist persona. But I don't know what hers would be,
Now, what should we do from here?
because there is really no physical. It's all about the order for her.
I'll do something about the money. So can we please just drop the case with Kaneshiro?
No can do. We're all caught up in this.
We can't have you rushing things on your own anymore and making the situation worse.
Yeah, Anne was her passion and what it was, a sexuality that they played on there.
If only we could do something about that bank.
It was not focused on her personality changing to more dominant than the submissive she had.
Bank? Oh, right! The bank! She isn't useless at all! She may be our key in! Hear me out, you guys.
Our key in? What do you mean?
A cat? Are you all okay?
Yes, but how do you personify that?
That means we've become customers of Kaneshiro's bank.
Because you can personify the dominant female thing, like the dominatrix that Anne has. Ryuji is the rebel thing. That's why he has a pirate. Like the outsider, the thug.
I see. The reason why we couldn't enter before was because we weren't considered his customers.
And wouldn't you say that she in particular is a special customer? Let's take her with us. She is responsible for our current situation.
Whoa, I don't follow this at all.
She risked her life doing something so reckless. At the very least, she has the right to know. Won't you come with us?
What? Wait, to where?
Yeah, where are we going?
Beat me.
To the metaverse.
A canine?
It's Fox.
A canine?
Be quiet. The shadows are going to notice us. A monster cat?
Again, the monster cat.
I'm not!
That's Morgana, the cat that was in his bag. This is what happens when we come here.
That voice. Takamaki-san? Where are we?
We're inside Kaneshiro's... well, the world inside his heart.
What?
It's another reality in which Kaneshiro's distorted desires have materialized.
Another reality?
Yes.
It's floating in the air. This is reality? Goodness. I'm sorry, it's just... But since this really exists, I can't doubt it. reality that one's heart shows.
Well, she's quick to accept it.
Is it like the application of optical illusions in social cognitive psychology?
That's something we have no idea about.
I see. So stealing one's heart, that may be like overriding their cognition. I think I kind of get the logic behind it.
Ain't she more amazing than you?
Beauty poking Morgana again.
We're about the same. Then, does that mean there's an ATM version of myself somewhere in this world too?
Perhaps. Regardless, we can change Kanashiro's heart and make him confess if we steal his treasure. If it all goes well, that is.
We'll make it go well. Everyone will notice us for sure if we take someone like Kanashiro down.
Our justice will also become resolute.
Think we'd be able to give courage to those in need if it happens?
For the sake of those in need, huh? You sound like my father.
Your father?
No, don't mind me. You want to go to that bank, right? Let's go then. If I've become a customer of that bank, then they'll have to let me in.
For real?
It's landing.
It came to us.
It's just as I calculated.
So I'm curious to see what personas I can get
You
here.
know how you can use your card to get into banks during after hours? I thought that I'd be able to get in, since I have the same identity as such customers. I'm Kanashiro's source of revenue, after all.
Ah, that makes sense.
She's smart.
Wow. This place is huge.
I rarely gotta go to the bank, so this is making me kinda nervous.
Being in a bank with costumes like these is so obvious. We're totally robbers.
You got that right.
It seems there will be a lot of shadows from here on.
Huh? What's that about?
Enemies attack us here.
I see. I've trained in Aikido. Don't worry. I can defend myself.
Self-defense won't do much good against shadows. But then again, it's better than nothing.
We have to go in from the front, don't we? I'm an honorary customer, so I better act like one. I will be useful for you guys.
Yes.
Come on, let's go.
I have something.
So we're playing Kingdom Hearts?
Shall we go?
What business do you have here?
I had a feeling this would happen.
Come at us.
No, wait!
She's one of Kanashiro's customers.
I'd like to speak with the bank president.
Excuse me, but do you have an appointment?
I need to talk to him. Now let me through.
Let them pass.
That voice. It's Kanashiro.
Kanashiro.
Yo, banks have presidents?
Yes, but not the political sorts. In theory.
Is that treasure? But it's treasure. Oh.
Incredible. Well,
This is quite bland compared to the last palace we were in.
How many beef bowls could I eat with this?
Unauthorized entry, property damage, and other disturbances. That comes to 3 million yen in total. You're here regarding that, correct, Miss Beautiful President? It must be quite tough gathering so much money. I'd be willing to give you a loan, you know.
You gonna call it off then?
No, a loan. The interest rate is 10% a day.
Jeez. 10% a day.
10% interest a day. That means 1 day is...
It's 300,000 yen.
That's a lot of money.
There's no need to be alarmed. I have a more manageable option for people like you.
That was your plan from the beginning, wasn't it?
Quite the impressive insight.
Yeah, per day. It's not per year, it's per day.
Nijima-san. Or should I say, the younger sister of the beautiful prosecutor, Sai Nijima.
how do you know that?
Please don't underestimate our intelligence network. My, what wonderful goods have come falling into my lap.
Don't be ridiculous!
Young women are such great assets. They lack strength, be it social, physical, or mental. It's as if they only exist to be devoured by the strong. That just might be the rule since the dawn of history.
You truly are despicable.
Yeah.
You better be ready, Kaneshiro. We're gonna snatch your treasure from you.
Don't make me laugh, you petty thieves. My citadel has the highest security installed in it. Anyone will do anything for money. I'll rob you of your lives as easily as I breathe air.
Fight me.
Get them.
Ooh.
It's Mr. Kaneshiro's orders. Eliminate them at once. Come! Go down!
So I need to figure out what they're weak against.
I don't know their weakness. Guess we gotta try everything.
That did a lot of damage.
Let's go. I lend it.
Come on. No, just tried ice.
It's time. It's time.
But let me just see something. Because I have an Oni myself. They have no weaknesses. They got no weaknesses.
Ravage them.
Persona! Eat this!
I am thou.
He's frozen.
Come.
I'm not done. Go down.
Udo. It's an insta-kill attack.
What the? There's no end to them. Have they really been hired with money? We're in trouble at this rate. Let's run!
Could you at least get the experience for the fights?
Why did the security guards turn into monsters? And what were those supernatural powers? Could those have been the personas you mentioned?
Does now really look like the time to be asking that? We need to retreat. Makoto, make sure you don't get separated from us. Hurry, Joker! The exit's just over there!
That's probably locked.
There's no end to them! Guys!
You seem to be in quite a pickle.
Does she get her persona now?
How dare you sneak around, Kaneshiro?
Those would be my words. However, I do thank you for providing me with such wonderful goods. It's time you disappear.
Does she get her persona now?
Managing a bank is tough as it is, so it's my policy to kill clients who are more trouble than they're worth. Having one impertinent brat disappear is enough to set an example in that other world.
Please stop!
Oh, I wouldn't damage an asset like you. They're dead men walking, but you'll be just fine. Your sister is quite a beauty, though. I'll make sure to make her my personal slave.
Oh.
Once I get bored, I'll just sell her off. Oh, poor sis.
Yeah, she definitely gets her persona now.
She could have been successful, if only her younger sister wasn't so dumb.
My sister has nothing to do with this!
Then you better start taking customers tomorrow. All you gotta do is endure it, and do as you're told.
Endure it. Do as I'm told.
Yes.
You'll earn 3 million yen in no time.
It's time.
Although your life and everything along with it will be a complete wreck by then.
I've been listening to you go on and on.
Are you ready, Steven?
Shut your damn mouth, you money-grubbing asshole!
There we go.
Have you decided to tread the path of strife?
Yes. Come to me!
Very well. Let us proceed with our contract at once. I am thou. Thou art I. You have finally found your own justice. Please, never lose sight of it again. This memorable day marks your graduation from your false self.
What the hell?
A bike? Damn.
A persona?
No, dude. That's a bike.
I can feel it. Myself. Me. Got it! Wow!
like it.
You better earn your keep, or else I'll kill you!
You will not lose heart again. Ever. I'll go full speed, non-stop. Right, Johanna?
Yes. Johanna.
Don't get all cocky just because I normally behave myself. I am done playing nice. Let's go, Johanna! Full throttle!
So that's her true self.
The enemy's agitated. Take them down and make an opening. Persona! Johanna! Nice. The enemy's dead.
I'll use my persona!
Charge, Johanna! Hit their weakness.
Let's go. There.
Nice, Joker. Right in their weak spot.
Woodland persona! Get right! Now you get it!
Panthers off her feet! Are you alright? Are you okay? Hey, you have to hang on, okay?
Okay.
I'm using it! Thank you. Panthers in trouble! Someone heal her! Johanna! Nice! The enemy's dead!
Baton pass. Oh my god, I don't have my healer.
I'll use my persona!
Charge, Johanna! You hit their weakness? Panthers in trouble!
Persona!
Someone heal her!
Go down!
Nice, Joker! Right in their weak spot!
Persona! Eat this!
They removed Yusuke. And Yusuke is my healer.
We know how to get in now. Our objective's been accomplished.
But how are we getting out? There's only one exit, right?
So, you're totally the fist of the Phantom Star now, huh?
Do you want to get smacked? I'm going on ahead, so follow me.
Damn.
Okay, we have a path. Get in!
Edgar.
So you'll stand against me no matter what. Very well. I'll wait for you all. There's no escape in reality, nor will you break through the security system here. It doesn't matter what you do. You can kiss your bright futures goodbye.
Man, talk about wild.
Yeah, so she goes from being this calm, controlled girl to being the wild, true self.
That was no Aikido. That was some hardcore ass whooping.
I am so not pissing her off. I feel like she'll rip off my arm.
She does exude that aura.
Oh, stop it. This is the most exhausted I have ever gotten these past few years. But it felt pretty great. I never thought I'd become part of the Phantom Thieves I was after. Sis might faint if she found out.
You mentioned her earlier.
She's a prosecutor for the district, and she's investigating the Phantom Thieves.
Wait, ain't that bad?
No need to worry. A normal investigation would never lead them to a world like that. Then again, it must have been fate for this to happen.
What do you mean?
I can't be like my sister. I had a feeling that there'd come a time when we wouldn't see eye to eye anymore. I'm thankful to have a sister who works so hard, but there are times I feel sorry for her too. And after hearing my persona's voice, I clearly understand how I feel now.
It appears you're not as reserved as you make yourself seem.
Yeah, the opposite.
I was just doing whatever the adults told me to.
Won't she be perfect as our advisor? She's fearless and has a sharp mind.
Sounds good to me. We've needed someone like that for a while now.
I'd be honored if I can help out.
We had way too much testosterone anyway, so I feel much better.
It's from Kaneshiro. He's reminding us of our debt. So the Kaneshiro over here doesn't know what happened inside the palace.
That's right. But his palace will be affected if the real Kaneshiro's cognition changes. We can't be lax.
Seems it'd be best to avoid unnecessary contact with him until then.
3 weeks left, huh?
There's that security system too.
But if we pull this off, it'll definitely be great.
We'll crush him like a fly. I'll make him regret making me angry.
Anyways, let's begin our operation tomorrow.
First, we need to secure a route to the treasure, like always.
You guys are finally starting to get used to this.
I'll be waiting for the call to meet up.
Okay. Indeed. Damn, motorcycles are cool. I wish my persona was like that. Yours is on a ship though. Don't tell that to Captain Kidd. Motorcycles are way cooler than dumb boats. Oh, so she does have a motorcycle license. Are you sure about that? Eh?
Well, we were at odds with each other until just a while ago. But Ryuji's totally right. We need to work together to overcome this. Nice.
Okay. I think that's enough for today. I think it's time to try to raid, and hopefully my computer doesn't go apeshit on me like usual when I play Persona. There we go. Let's see if it wants to go into rest mode. Ending soon. Can you go into rest mode? Let me just check really quick. It wants to capture, if it wants to crash on me. Okay, it did go into rest mode. Let me just fix some things here beforehand. Because now it's going nuts, my computer. So just a second. If you can still hear me. Okay, I'm just trying to close down the programs here beforehand. Because my Streamlabs is taking up a lot right now. Could you please shut? Why the hell won't you close down? Okay, see if I can do this without my computer dying on me. I won't. Yeah, for some reason it won't. Yeah, start a new one. Come on. God, my computer's going crazy again. Start. Come on. You can do it. That's what I'm trying. I'm trying to close it down. Oh my god. I can't open my Firefox anymore. It's not responding to me. So, Steven, I think we will have to wait with the raid because my computer is going absolutely crazy right now. Won't shut down anything. And for some reason right now my Streamlabs is taking up 70% of my memory. Yeah. Come on. React, goddammit, React. Christ. Oh, something happened. Just wait a second. I might be able to do this. It shut down the capture thing now. Okay, I'm back in. Oh, he's playing Dead by Daylight, I see. And he apparently has a hype train going.
Oh, Bobby, that is going up really fucking slow with bits. Alright, Bobby. Jesus.
So yeah, I'm gonna go in a raid here, see how far. So I would like to thank you all so much for stopping by today. It's been really fun like always. And I'll see you guys next time.
Is that the one?
Have a wonderful evening, everybody.
I don't know how this shit works. Oh my god. What? There. Oh, you got a trophy.